with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of honourable members of the Standing Committee, House of Chiefs, Councillors and staff from the Parliament of Botswana. And so, Madam Speaker, First Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
In the second announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker informed the House that in the quest to implementing the digital transformation agenda, honourable members were encouraged to use electronic documents such as the order paper, bills, committee reports and other documents which would be accessed on the e-chamber platform. In that regard, Madam First Deputy Speaker informed that the House that upon logging onto the e-chamber, members would go to the e-document section to access the said electronic documents.
After those two announcements, we had three urgent matters without notice under Standing Order 142. The first one did come from Mr. Muniya Zulu on the alleged statement by the President's political advisor, Mr. Levin Goma, threatening to harm persons that had divergent views from the President, and this one was inadmissible.
The second one came from Kabwe Central Member of Parliament, Ms. Chrysosta Halindi. This was on the uncollected garbage in Lusaka Central Business District. This matter was equally inadmissible. And
the last urgent matter that notice did come from Mr. Fube on the riots that occurred in Chingola District by 2024, and this one was equally inadmissible. So those were the three urgent matters without notice that were considered yesterday.
After that, the Vice President made a statement on the reported developments and the alleged rift between commissioners and management at the Anti-Corruption Commission, following a directive by Madam Speaker in response to an urgent matter without notice raised by Muniya Zulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi, on Tuesday, 16th July 2024. The Vice President clarified the government's position concerning the matter and assured the House on the government's commitment to upholding tenets of good corporate governance in all states' institutions.
And so after that ministerial statement, we had presentation of two government bills. The first one was the Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2024, which seeks to amend the Civil Aviation Authority Act 2012. It was presented by the Minister of Transport and Logistics, and it was read the first time and referred to the Committee on Cabinet Affairs for examination until Wednesday, 31st July 2024.
The second one is the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2024, which was presented by the Minister of Transport and Logistics. The bill which seeks to amend the Civil Aviation Act 2016. It was read the first time and referred to the Committee on Cabinet Affairs for examination until Wednesday, 31st July 2024.
After that, the House considered questions for oral answer number 389, understanding order number 80, and we did see the chairperson of the Planning and Budgeting Committee, Mr. Jatila, move a motion urging the House to adopt the reports of the Planning and Budgeting Committee on the review of the 2023 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan for the period 2022 to 2026 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 17th July 2024.
After that, the House went on to consider the Zambia Institute of Advanced Legal Education Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, which was read the second time and committed to the Committee of the Whole House, and so a committee is expected to be considered today.
We also had consideration of the Land Tribunal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024. It was considered to be read the third time, and also consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2024, which was read the third time, and it passed the stage.
After consideration of those bills, there was resumption of debate on the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 12 July 2024. A committee report that was moved by Siwoma Member of Parliament, Mr. Kaliye Mandandi, and it was seconded by Fera Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Bande. And we saw members of Parliament debating this report. When a question was put, this report was adopted.
And Madam First Deputy Speaker adjourned the House yesterday at 18:33 hours. So there you have it, in case you missed out on yesterday's business. That's the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, Thursday, 18th July 2024. Time now to look at what is in store for you on today's order paper. Matimba.
Yes, Claudette. Today, Friday, 19th July 2024. On the order paper, we have announcements if there will be any. We also expect a presentation of our business statement for the period 23rd July to 2nd August 2024. We also have urgent matters without notice if there will be any.
All right, and it being a Friday, we have honor the Vice President's question time, a 45-minute segment that accords members of Parliament to ask honor the Vice President questions without notice. After that, we'll have a ministerial statement by the Minister of Labour and Social Security on the alleged planned countrywide protest by the Zambia Congress of Trade Unions. Just now, we'll take you to the floor of the House for commencement of business. Good morning.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
And the sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of work and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our right. We want freedom's fight, oh, and strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, passion with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our Zambia. Praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Maybe we can say it's not yet.
Yes, that will remove that because of that minute.
Okay,
I think in the second place, I think we should. They are citizens.
okay,
Yeah, so we just wait for the members to settle down and get it just.
okay. Don't have a copy? Okay. Order, honorable members. I have 3 announcements to make. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Mamba Secondary School in Sinazongwe district. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of the young farmers from Wengwa in Monze district. Thank you. Okay. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. You can take your seat. I thank you. I'll come to the 3rd announcement later. We can make progress. Business statement, I honor the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the House Business Committee met on Thursday, 18th July 2024 to determine and schedule business of the House for the period 23rd July to 2nd August 2024. Accordingly, the House Business resolved to lay before the House the following business for consideration for the next 2 weeks. A. Announcements. The Honorable Speaker may make announcements to the House if there will be any. B. Rulings. The Honorable Speaker may render rulings if there will be any. C. Ministerial statements. Honorable Ministers may render ministerial statements if there will be any. D. Bills. The bills listed hereunder will be considered. Name of bill, stage and date of consideration. Number 1, the Zambia Qualifications Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024. Second reading on Tuesday, 23rd July 2024, the day of consideration. 2, the Minerals Regulations Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024. Committee stage, and it will be considered on 23rd July 2024. 3, the Human Rights Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, committee stage, yet to be determined. E, reports on international conferences. The report of the Zambian delegation to the 55th SADC Parliamentary Forum plenary assembly held in Luanda, Angola, from 1st to 7th July 2024 will be considered on Friday, 26th July 2024. F. Parliamentary Committee Reports. The following committee reports are scheduled for consideration during the period. Number 1, Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism. This is a subject on international agreement on the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes. This will be considered on Tuesday, 23rd July 2024. The other committee is Committee on Parastatal Bodies. On the subject matter will be the report. The subject matter will be the report of the Auditor General on accounts of parastatal bodies and other statutory institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. This will be considered on Wednesday, 24th July 2024. The other committee on reforms and modernization will have a subject matter, capitalization of artificial intelligence to enhance efficiency in the Zambian parliament. This will be considered on Thursday, 25th July 2024. The other committee, the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters, will have the subject matter on international agreement on eliminating violence and harassment in the world of work. This will be considered on Thursday, 25th July 2024. The Select Committee will present a subject on special report of the Auditor General on external date of the Republic of Zambia for the period 1st January 2006 to 31st December 2022. This will be considered on Friday, 26th July 2024. The other committee, the other matter on the Select Committee, special report of the Auditor General on external date of the Republic of Zambia for the period, this is the same, for the period 1st January 2006 to 31st December 2022. It is repeated, sorry. Then 7, Committee on Transport, Works and Supply. The subject matter will be Nakala Development Corridor Agreement. This will be considered on Tuesday, 30th July 2024. The Committee on Transport, Works and Supply again will bring the subject on the Central Corridor Transit Transportation Facilitation Agency Agreement. This will be done on Tuesday, 30th July 2024. Then the same Committee on Transport, Works and Supply will also have a subject on Beira Development Corridor Agreement. This will also be considered on 30th July 2024. The Committee on Local Government Accounts will have the subject on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of local authorities for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. This will be considered on Wednesday, 31st July 2024. Committee on Local Government Accounts again will have the report of the Auditor General on the Constituency Development Fund for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. This is on Thursday, 1st August 2024. The Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism will have a subject matter on special audit report of the Auditor General on the procurement and management of petroleum products for the period 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2022. This will be considered on Friday, 2nd August 2024. G. Questions. Honorable Ministers will respond to 16 questions for oral answer as set out hereunder. The details of the questions are contained in the notices of questions circulated to all honorable members and other stakeholders. However, questions may not be put on the order paper when there are requests for ministerial statements in order to accord more time for reports. Suspension of standing orders. Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, 30th July 2024, I intend to move a motion to suspend relevant standing orders to enable the House to sit from 09 hours on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday until all business on the order paper is completed, and also to consider more than one stage of a bill at a single sitting. The House is scheduled to adjourn sine die on Friday, 2nd August 2024. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the House Business Committee and in accordance with Standing Order 44 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024, I have the pleasure to present the business for the next 2 weeks to this august House. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you. I'm going to make the third announcement. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery visitors of our Honor the Vice President from the district, provincial and youth wings of the United Party for National Development Lusaka Province. Order, honorable members. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. You can take your seat. I thank you. We make progress. Urgent matters without notice. The Honorable Member for Katombola.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for according the people of Katombola constituency to ask an urgent question of public importance. Madam Speaker, the people of Katombola have asked me to get back to the same issue of drugs. We were almost in a sabotage situation where trucks containing drugs that are supposed to save the Zambian people were taken to a private warehouse, which is believed to be a warehouse for JJ warehouse. I don't know whether it's connected to PF, of course, Madam.
Order, honorable members.
The urgent question.
Let's give the honorable member a chance. The honorable member for Katombola, you may proceed. We are taking into consideration your time allocation.
Thank you for the protection, Madam Speaker. My question is directed to the Vice President. Would you know the motive that was there by the people who directed these trucks to go and be kept there so that the Zambian people can die? Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
The honorable member, we have to make progress. My ruling to that matter of urgent matters without notice is that this matter, I think there was a discussion, there was a ministerial statement that was rendered to this House. Was it on Wednesday? and we learned that the matter is under investigations. So we just have to wait for the investigations to be concluded. Then we can know whatever questions we have. I think the investigations are going to conclude and inform the nation what exactly transpired. So that matter is not admissible. We move on to the next member, the Honorable Member for Mufulira.
No, Madam Speaker, I indicated for the Vice President question time.
Honorable members, I think let's move according to the way the items are lined up. I even announced to say matters, urgent matters without notice. That is where we are. ICT, can you maybe delete this? We make progress. Because I can't tell. Like he has indicated, he's saying is indicated for our honor the Vice President's question time. So because of that mix-up, I'm compelled to make progress. Her honor the Vice President's question time. The Honorable Member for Chadiza.
Madam Speaker, people of Chadiza are thanking you for giving them an opportunity to ask a question to Her Honor the Vice President. Madam Vice President, under the Emergency Social Cash Transfer Program, Chadiza was given an allocation of 4,099 beneficiaries. But to date, only 3,200 have been enrolled. People of Chadiza would want to know when you are going to complete this exercise. Because people of Chadiza, they want to acknowledge that this program is really impacting positively on the livelihood of people in the constituency. Madam Vice President, we want to know when you are going to complete the process of enrolling the total number of 4,099 beneficiaries. Because to date, 899 beneficiaries haven't been enrolled. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Chadiza. Madam, I think the House must know what they can ask me. I think, but this is the truth. You can't ask me specific to your constituents. I wouldn't have an answer here. I would start dreaming. In as much as I appreciate, sir, that you need to know, Honorable. But sitting here, I wouldn't, because I need to have information from the concerned ministry. I think it would be good to have a question so that the ministry tackles it properly. Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Member for Mwembeshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according the people of Mwembeshi this time. Your Honor, the Vice President, the FIC report is out, and a lot of people are excited over the FIC report. But, Your Honor, this is not the first time the FIC report has been actually ushered in the public domain. I remember when the FIC report in the previous regime was out, the chairperson under PF was actually relinquished of his job. But when the FIC report is actually here, no one has been fired from the FIC. What can you say about the integrity of our president and our government concerning the people in their absence?
I honor the Vice President, all the honorable members.
The integrity.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi for that question.
Her Honor the Vice President, let's have some order in the House. The Honorable Member for Lumezi, please, we have our standing orders. You cannot raise on a point of order during Her Honor the Vice President's question time. We take it that way. Can we have order? Her Honor the Vice President, you may proceed.
I was thanking the Honorable Member for the question, who has asked me to comment on the integrity of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia and the entire government, premising the question on the fact that, please, let us relax. Premising the question on the fact that the FIC reports have been there. This is not the first FIC report. I think I did mention even yesterday. In fact, I thought we would not be talking FIC because we spent time yesterday talking FIC. But the FIC reports have been there, and that is true. The difference between yesterday and today, when I say yesterday, the past regime and today, is that there is integrity today. In the sense that His Excellency has freely said investigative wings must investigate. Honestly, yesterday we went through this, madam, and this is the understanding that the FIC report is very important. Very important. But remember, that is not an investigation. That is an indication of suspicious transactions. That is the way it is called. And yesterday we went through that. You can't start firing and arresting on suspicion. The investigative wings must work. And the president, the president, I'm not debating him, but he's the president. He has not said, don't, mfwiti. This is witch hunting.
That's what
It is not witch hunting. They must be proven right or wrong through investigation. Those that will be found guilty with evidence, they must be dealt with by the law. Nobody should be a sacred cow in the fight against corruption. Whoever, and I'll repeat what the president has said, and we all of us here must run with it, because we have to fight corruption. It's a terrible vice. We will fight corruption of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to recommend the people of Kembe for coming up with a group called KBS, that is Kembe Booing Squad. Madam Speaker, in 2020, the FIC report when PF was there was 2.2 billion. And the UPND called the previous regime as a corrupt government, plunderers, and thieves. I wanted to find out from Her Honor the Vice President. Today, the FIC report has revealed that there are some relating corruption transaction amounting to 13.5 billion. I want to find out from you, why can't we call you as thieves, as corrupt government, as also plunderers, to the fact that the amount has risen from 2.2 in 2020 to 13.5 in 2023 billion. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Nakonde for that question. It's a very important question. I think he has a right to be a little upset, especially after the elections, the by-elections. Honourable Member, one, it is important to look at the report comprehensively and see the same suspicious, transactions. How far back do they go? That is something to look at. There is also, money is liquid. Sorry, I am giving you answers on my feet. They may not be professional as you want it. But another thing you can say is looking at, I don't know whether the Honourable Member was still in the House in the last sitting, is new. I know the former minister was in the House. I'm not debating you, Madam. But just saying, the figures of money are never the same. What is important is the value. Listen to me.
Order, honourable members. Order. Let's not debate.
Listen. You may agree with me. The value of money is not only in the figures. The value is what does it buy. I am saying this because even the allowances of this House, the value may be the same, but the figures have risen. I hope I'm saying something here. The figures of money rise, but the value is the same. You can't get it. I will repeat. I will repeat. What I'm saying is, the amount that I used to buy a notebook in 2020 is not the same amount that I used to buy the notebook. I may have had 2 kwacha, today I'm buying at 10 kwacha. So it doesn't mean an increase. It simply is figures. But if it is like that and you choose to go as corrupt, you have to prove for us, honourable members.
Order, honourable members on my left. Order.
For us, Madam Speaker, for this government, you can call what you like, but the point is we have said investigate. The truth will come out. We are not hiding the investigation. So you will prove us corrupt or not after the decoding by investigative wings of what has truly happened. Because some of them could be real, some may have been suspicion, and it ends there. The real reality came to the table. So don't conclude too fast. You may still have your record kept as the top.
The Honourable Member for Momba.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Your Honour, the Vice President, yesterday, when the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Honourable Mwimbu, was debating on the issue of on the report of the Committee on Government Assurances and the second reading of the Zare report, Your Honour, the Vice President, he indicated a lot of cases where the contracts under the PF government, when they were being awarded, before they were being executed, monies were given or were paid as advance or upfront payments, such as the $30 million under the FTJ University. Also the $30 million on the Lusaka Ndola Dual Carriageway. The $200 million sitting under his ministry, which was paid, and no work was done, among other contracts. I think about 6 or 7 of them. Your Honour, the Vice President, these are huge sums of money. any of you, Your Honor, the Vice President, don't you think it would be good for this government to list all these dubious contracts which were done under the PF, the contracts, their amounts, so that the Zambian people can know how careless those people, the PF government, were
You
in
can
terms of
wind up your question.
execution of their contracts. Your Honor, the Vice President, the Zambian people would want to know what happened to these huge sums of money, so that we know what really happened. Is it your desire, Your Honor, the Vice President, to bring on the floor of this House a list of those contracts? I submit. Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you very much. Yeah, if, Madam, thank you, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for that question. Really, whether we should bring this on the table, I should think, for example, we'll be soon looking at the Auditor General's report. I think Zambians must take interest in such documents, because these issues are documented. But if it is the wish of the House, Madam Speaker, we write just the incomplete project where money was paid, it can be done. But I believe that Zambians know, and they know the truth, and they make decisions on the truth. When the truth comes, I think it came out, and my friends changed from here to there. The Zambian people are the best judges. We can shout all we want here, but the Zambian people know the truth. And one day, they will make a decision. They made the decision, and they will make another decision. They will look at the integrity. They will look at corruption record. The record is not erased. Ours is being made in a transparent manner. People who are involved will be found out. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Vugwi.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker, for the chance given to the good people of Vugwi. Her Honor, the Vice President, I think in most of the areas or the parts in the country, mobile network has become a very big challenge. And it is affecting most of the network users who may be earn a living through the provision of network. My question is, what immediate mitigation is government planning to do to try and work on the same problem? I submit, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Vugwi for that very important question. I thought, Honorable Madam Speaker, that this issue was brought to the House not too long ago, unless I am mistaken. The issue of the mobile providers, the internet. I think the Honorable Minister of Technology may have to give us a comprehensive situation, because I think the complaint has gone on the issue of the internet, mobile, and so on. So maybe, Madam, I would say, let the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science come to explain to the House what is happening in that field. I may not have the answer. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, sending greetings to you. Your Honor, the Vice President, I've known you for a long period of time. When you were Deputy Minister in the government of the Republic of Zambia, Cabinet Minister, also Deputy Speaker, now occupying a very important position in the land as Vice President. I sympathize with you, Your Honor, the Vice President, defending the contents of the FIC report, when you yourself have not benefited even in any way, Your Honor, the Vice President.
Please,
Your Honor, the Vice President, it is very sad.
the honorable member for Wacha, you know very well that we do not debate ourselves. Can you please refrain from that? Just go straight to your question so that our honor can respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that guidance. Madam Speaker, it is very sad that the institution where corruption is supposed to be fought, that is where corruption is very, very serious and rampant. The Director General of SCC resigns. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, dissolves SCC board. 65 million US dollars worth of drugs marooned somewhere, somehow. Your Honor, the Vice President, is it an indication that there is rampant corruption in your administration? People still want to know, how did His Excellency the President reach at the decision to dissolve the SCC board? Is it an indication that all SCC board members are corrupt? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Wacha, and indeed also return my greetings. I really appreciate your compliments on my persona and character. I totally appreciate, except one correction, just a small one. I have never been a deputy minister. Yeah, I know it comes on my profile, but I've never been. Except you say you feel sorry for me because I'm not a beneficiary of corruption. 100% right. I am not a beneficiary. And I don't intend to. Now, let me move on. Let us move on.
Honorable Member for Chiengi, please don't shout.
Except, Honorable, you go on to sound like you are so sure of the beneficiaries. You know them. If you know them by name, I am sure you are not using the FIC report. You have another source, another report. You are now the investigator. If you know something more, why don't you report? Why don't you go and say, it is...
Honorable members.
I will not defend corruption. I am defending the FIC report. Let us hear me. The FIC report, in the manner it is, there is no one mentioned there with evidence. Counsel Chisanga, you don't. I have said this many times, that the fact that there are implications or suspicion here, we need to prove that. You could be part of proving who is the one involved. You could be, the FIC report is an indicator. It's a red flag. It shows suspicion. You cannot convict anybody on suspicion. You don't, Counsel. You don't. So, let us, the credit you should give to this government is the fact that the President has said, investigate. This white collar crime, White collar crime is not an easy crime to investigate and convict. You can remember the 48 houses. I am still speaking to the FIC. How long has it taken to have 48 houses convicted? How long? There were allegations. Some people are named as being a part of the 48 houses. Can you imagine if using that, those people are arrested? What could have happened today? We would be, can I speak please? You would be today saying, this person who was named wrongly is now conniving and getting compensation. That's what you would be saying. We don't want to fall into that trap. Investigate. Yeah. Let us be strong. That people must be investigated. The evidence must be found. And whoever, it doesn't matter. You see, anyway, there is nobody who can hide water.
You can stop the watch.
I am not taking time.
Order, honorable members. Order. In fact, they have reversed the minutes to catch up from where she started drinking water. You may continue, Honor.
Honestly, this government collectively cannot stand and defend corruption. But the FIC report in the manner it is, we have received it. We take it as true or false, but they must investigate. Whoever is found guilty must pay for their crimes. That's what we are saying. Nobody should be saying this report is nothing. We have not said that. We have not called it witch hunt. We have not called it anything. We have received it. The president has received it and has taken it seriously. Can the investigators do their work? Let us not add things that are not true. Sometimes we are picking information from sources that may not help us. So I hope this does not mean that I'm defending corruption. No. No. I will stand against corruption as vice president and as a national of this country. But let us do it right. Sometimes it's easy when you are outside to say, Bagwirani. Then tomorrow you turn and say, why did they do that? So let us cool down. Let us insist. Let us insist on investigation. But when you talk of 65 million in the, Madam Minister, this I am learning, Madam can you confirm with me here, that it is not 65, it's actually 24 million US dollars. So some of all these need verification. If you say no, I will say what I know, what I'm being given by the officials. I don't dream figures. But if you have another and you verify it, I think it is important. You can come here and lay the information on the table so that we all know the truth. This is what I'm told today, that it is not actually 65, which we may have all believed. Now it is proven it is actually 24. So let us not argue with facts. You can't. The DG resigns, the board is dissolved. When there is a dent in an institution, I think you would rather start afresh. It doesn't exonerate. This is what I said yesterday. The people, it does not exonerate them from any wrongful doing. If there was corruption, for example, sorry, I'm not saying there was. If the DG was corrupt, does resignation protect him? No? Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Musanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for your responses to the question that you have been asked to. My question, Madam Speaker, is on the same corruption. This anti-corruption commission was moved to State House under Gazette Notice number 1123 of 2021. Now that the ACC is very close and near to His Excellency the President, why has it become so corrupt than ever before? Because it's like a child is expelled from school. Is expelled from school because of bad behavior. Now you bring him closer. Madam Speaker, let me start again.
You can stop the watch.
My question is, ACC has been moved to State House under Gazette Notice number 1123 of 2021. Why is it that it has become very corrupt now? Since inception of this country, ACC, we all know that it was a very good institution, which when investigating, they were on point. But why is it that now, it's like a child who was in boarding school, Madam Speaker. He was caught maybe stealing or something. Yes. Now you bring him closer to your home. He becomes very cantankerous. What is the problem? I want to find out from you, Madam Vice President, what is the problem that is there under ACC today? Thank you.
Order, honorable members. Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honorable member from Zanzala, who says ACC moved from where? Moved from where?
It has never moved to anywhere.
Yeah, I think there are former ministers here. No, the Gazette number 1123 of 2021 was just indicating where they were falling. Some of them didn't have to move. Yeah, it falls under State House, that's a fact. But so it has been. You know, that's what I'm saying. Yes, that I'm correcting that.
Honorable members, don't engage yourselves with Her Honor the Vice President. Give her a chance to respond.
The more they engage, the better for me, Madam. Then we can use the same question and spend 20 minutes. Yeah, what I'm saying is that the fact that it appeared under the President's office does not mean that it was somewhere else before. That is a correction. It was important that we know. Now, you are saying it has become more corrupt. I really can't. I think we have gone through that. We have gone through that. I think that's an assumption. ACC has become more corrupt. So your people with information, why are we sitting quiet and not bringing evidence? Have you brought evidence? The whistleblower, maybe I missed something. I think what he says, I could have missed, you forgive me. But what I understand is that the whistleblower, the one you are calling whistleblower, hopefully it's the same whistleblower, is that the fight is not going on. The SCC is not fighting corruption as they should. Not necessarily because it's the most corrupt, no. So that's my understanding. I could be wrong. So to say it has become more corrupt, no. Individuals in there could be corrupt. And even that statement you are giving contradicts the statement that was given on the floor of this House by honorable member in 2022. We have to remember the debate. Honorable member for Lumezi, I think sitting somewhere there, and we had this interaction where he said, this is the most corrupt. So it has been most corrupt in your opinion. It is not the first time. I hope I'm justifying something here. If you say it is corrupt, the honorable sitting there said it was the most corrupt in 2022 when we came here. I have to refer to the debate of this House. So, madam, there is no fact in saying this institution has become corrupt. Even in my response to the honorable member sitting there, this is a debate of the House, I said individuals can be corrupt. But the institution, because then, honorable, it was like dissolve it. I said no, individuals there can be corrupt. You get rid of them. The institution is good. It will continue to help us fight corruption. Some more water I can drink.
Thank you. The honorable member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Kabwe a time to ask a question to the Honorable Vice President. Madam Speaker, I'm troubled with the issue of FIC. One of the role of FIC, if I may read the sentence, is on the main function is of FIC is to receive and analyze suspicions, activities, reports from financial institutions in Zambia. Now, I'm worried, is the government the only institution that does business with financial institutions? Because now there's allegation that the government, people in the government are corrupt. Where are the private sector being put here? Because suspicions can come from the private sector. And we know that in the previous regime, there are a lot of money that sometimes were even found in the houses, buried in the houses, that might soon be there and now finding itself in the financial institutions that now FIC is able to pick up. My Honorable Vice President, I'm troubled to tell the nation of Zambia. Is it only the government that does business with the financial institutions? Even the private sectors, I know that they are doing a business. So I just want to take clarity on this issue. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor the Vice President, I don't know whether you got the question.
Thank you, Madam. Not really. I didn't get the whole thing, but I can respond to the bit that I got. Because she said FIC's responsibility is to receive and analyze information from financial institutions. At least I got that. Then I think the question at the end is, what of the private sector? Is it just government to government? Is it only government that is involved? And really, all of us here know that it's not government to government. That means there is a private sector corrupt person who corrupts, or institution that corrupts those in government. That is why, colleagues, when we are fighting issues like this, we should also talk of the private sector. Because they are the ones who come into offices to make the weak souls fall prey by offering them. Honorable member from Porokoso, we miss you, but this is true. In almost every corruption, there is private sector. So I think it is important that the narrative does not remain only with government. This is distortion in the economy, and the private sector must also seriously be considered. I don't know, not being a legal person in the court, you wonder, for example, if you say this one was corrupted by this company, what happens to those companies also? I think, Honorable, you can teach me. Because if a corrupt private sector corrupts me, I think if I lose something, let them lose something. If I'm jailed, let them be jailed. I don't know, I hope that's the way it goes. Otherwise, it's the private sector that are always making people in the offices tempting them throughout. It is not correct. You don't get rich through corruption. You actually transport your problems to your children, your sin to your children. Somebody will pay in your lineage.
The Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I honor the Vice President. The period 2019, the people of Sinazongwe, let me say the valley or southern part of southern province, never received rain. There was severe drought. Clarion calls were made to the then government, Madam Speaker, for help. Nothing came forth with. Your people, Madam Speaker, depended on their animals for survival. 2023, Madam Speaker, the people of Sinazongwe again experienced severe drought. We've seen a lot of efforts from the government in making everything possible. Maize is there for community sales. We have seen the revised social cash transfer to help the people, and also cash for work. I am saying thank you to honor the Vice President for showing leadership. The people of Sinazongwe are grateful, Madam Speaker. My substantive question to honor the Vice President is, when we won as UPND, the President indicated that he was giving an amnesty to public workers who are employed on partisan lines. What the people of Sinazongwe have noticed, Madam Speaker, is that some public workers are still loyal to the former ruling party, and they are serving in government. These are the people who are taking information from the government systems to feed the opposition. The people of Sinazongwe are no longer happy, Madam Speaker. They want honor the Vice President to indicate when is the government cleaning the system so that those who are loyal to the government and to the nation can serve the people of Zambia diligently. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I honor the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sinazongwe. Madam Speaker, I thank you for allowing this and for me to respond to this. The first thing the Honorable says is that Sinazongwe has experienced drought in the last few years twice. 2019, drought. Government did not come through. That was sad. And he also said 2023, which is this time, another severe drought, but government is responding. And this is and the government is responding, and the honorable member goes to talk about the interventions that this government is putting in place. Thank you. Thank you. I also appreciate. You know, sometimes you need to hear some good things, some appreciation. I think the Minister of Agriculture is feeling energized. I also feel energized that some people have noticed that we are making an effort on this matter, and we will continue. We have said humanly we should have nobody die. Nobody should die humanly, because we have limitation, and therefore we will do everything possible to ensure people have food, at least to survive. Now, on the issue of people that were employed on partisan lines, and that they are the ones that are taking information to the probably opposition or outside their offices, that is wrong. If that is happening, Honorable, I'm using the word if, because every time I must have evidence. If this is what is happening, it is wrong. Particularly for the senior officers, where oath is taken. You cannot divulge information that you are not supposed to give. I think this is what we have said here. That is wrong. But to say those who are employed on partisan lines must be removed, it is difficult for this office, Honorable, to tell, because there's no record on who was employed on partisan line. And therefore, we take every civil servant, public servant, as Zambian as such. But we have a disciplinary code. If a person is caught taking information, that is, if it is an offense, then let that be dealt with. I can't make a blanket statement because it's difficult to pinpoint who was employed through partisan lines. Yeah. But whoever commits an offense according to the disciplinary code and conduct, let them be fired there and then. That is the way we should go. So civil servants listening to me, you know your responsibility. Live within the office. If you get fed up, walk away. Not stay there and filter information. It is not allowed. Thank you.
We haven't heard from the independents. The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And Your Honor, good morning. I don't know if I'm allowed to say you look beautiful. Really she looks younger than her age in that attire. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask Her Honor, we've had a lot of deaths for our younger drivers in our country, and I've not seen even an SI that has been brought to this House in order to protect these hard-working younger drivers. Your Honor, what is it that your government, or what are the measures that your government are going to put in place to save these souls that are being destroyed or that are being wasted every day? And we haven't seen much of arrests regarding who have been killing these young people or these younger drivers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, Honorable Member for Chienge. A correction on her speech. I am not old. I am young. Because the Honorable said I look young. This is my age. I'm only 52.
Order. Order. You can proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you. That was on a light moment. The deaths of younger drivers, I think that is the concern. The concern is what is government doing? Are they really arresting people? This is a very, to me, a field that we need to understand, but I will not go that way. All that I will say is some people have been arrested, connected to the deaths, and they'll be appearing in court. But I think it is important that, this criminality, honestly, you don't know where it issues from. Maybe as prosecutions go on, we'll learn what drives them, what motivates them to kill other people that are working hard just to survive. I really can't give a full detail of what is happening. Maybe, I think this is all I can say. Government is not sitting idle, they are arresting The police is arresting some people. We will soon hear some in courts of law. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Sioma.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, Sioma constituency was never spared from the discrimination that the people of Western Province suffered under the PF regime. To an extent that even the provision of safe and clean water to our people was never considered a priority. As we speak now, Madam Speaker, Sioma has no water reticulation plant to provide clean water to our people. When this government, my government, your government, which believes in equity, Madam Speaker, going to consider putting up a water reticulation plant for the people of Sioma? I submit. Thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Sioma. I think it is again similar to Chadiza. Generally, I can speak generally. I can't speak about Sioma exactly when this is going to be done. But generally, we are working on the issue of water. If you look at the drought response plan, you will see that we have taken the issue of water very seriously, particularly in areas which have been hit by drought. So it's my hope that Sioma is included. But surely Sioma is included on the boreholes. Whether there is need for a dam, I can't respond standing here. But where we have had drought and the water levels are difficult, in the drought response plan, we are working on that. You may have to check with the Minister of Water and Sanitation. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, the happenings at the Anti-Corruption Commission are an indictment on what has been happening for the last 2 years. Now, Your Honor, the Vice President, the anti-corruption has not been providing closure on cases of current corruption, and I will give you an example of one case of $100 million hospital deal signed by former PS in the Ministry of Health. That former PS was summoned 2 years down the line. The Anti-Corruption Commission has never closed that case or even cleared that PS if he was innocent. Now, Madam, Your Honor, the Vice President, we have lost 2 years with the SCC being on a sabbatical, and one of its board members says that it was captured by corrupt elements. How does the country recover from this 2 years sabbatical that the SCC took by being under capture of corrupt elements? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you very much. Because the time is gone, I will start, Honorable, by saying your statement may not be 100% true. It is an opinion, Honorable. When you say sabbatical, the SCC, the anti-corruption has gone on sabbatical, that's not true. That is why there are people that have been convicted even in the past year. So how can you call this sabbatical? I was talking of 48 houses. You know, investigation of white-collar crime is not an easy one. It takes time. So let us give them time. Yes, the allegation of corruption there, it is not something I cannot handle. I've said these are subject to investigation, evidence adduced, and then we will say, yes, this is going on. Yes, there are allegations, but when it comes to investigation, we will have to take our time. It doesn't mean that the cases are over. The issue of a former permanent secretary in the ministry, as you gave an example, unless I go and ask, is this over? Closure is important, but you don't close until you have ensured that there is no case. Or if there is a case, it goes through the process of the courts. We have to be patient. It's not easy. Yes, everybody wants closure, but let us close properly. I don't know whether the case of the PS is still running or what. Maybe we can find out to know later, which I can't answer standing here, whether the case has been thrown out or whatever has happened. We need more information all the time from the courts of law. Maybe that's where we should be paying attention so that we know which cases are being prosecuted, which cases are pending, and so on. But I can assure you, white-collar crime is the worst to investigate. It takes too long, it has too many twists and turns, and a lot of lies going with them. Oh, the day is over, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. We make progress. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security. You can come later.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for the opportunity you have given me to issue a ministerial statement to this august House and the nation at large on the alleged planned countrywide protest by the Zambia Congress of Trade Union following the alleged, Madam Speaker, the alleged government's proposed amendments to the Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019 to remove gratuity and other allowances. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I wish to state that government is committed to addressing iniquities and fostering national development in line with the 2021 to 2026 UPND manifesto. The manifesto, among others, promises to, number one, create new jobs, which we are doing, empower small businesses to succeed and grow, which we are doing, as demonstrated by the setting up of the SME ministry, which is new. Number three, develop an education system that is robust and prepares young people to be leaders and job creators of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, in the quest to create an enabling environment for a competitive labor market, government, through my ministry, has strengthened the labor market institutions through the following. Number one, enactment of the Zambia Institute of Human Resource Management Act, number 3 of 2022, that gives them powers of regulation of human resource management practice. Number two, the revision of the statutory minimum wages, that was the amendment of the National Pension Scheme Act number 40 of 1996 to empower workers who are members of the scheme with capital through the pre-retirement pension benefits, popularly known as the partial withdrawal. Employers for sustainable jobs. To date, 3,286 employers have benefited, and about 326 million kwacha has been waived. And number four, the development of the occupational safety and health policy. In addition, the ministry is in the process of undertaking further policy and legislative reforms. Madam Speaker, in order to strengthen government, through my ministry, has rehabilitated 5 district labor officers, enhanced integrated labor inspections, revived the call center that both employers and workers can reach us through Zamtel toll-free line 7010. In addition, the ministry has developed a frequently asked question handbook aimed at providing useful labor-related information to the public. Madam Speaker, regarding the proposed amendment to the Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019, I wish to state that the labor market has faced practical difficulties in the implementation of certain provisions that are vague or ambiguous and have a negative impact on business operations and employee protection. The amendments, Madam Speaker, therefore intend to respond to these challenges, enhance stability of the labor market, and accelerate job creation. On 12 July 2023, Cabinet granted approval in principle for these legislative proposals. Madam Speaker, allow me to update this august House on the events of Tuesday, 16th of July 2024. The Zambia Congress of Trade Unions delivered a press statement that, among other, expressed grievance and displeasure on the stakeholder engagement process, particularly the Siavonga stakeholders meeting, seeking to withdraw from the process. Further, the Congress leadership expressed concern on the named provisions of the content. Madam Speaker, I come to this august House to provide clarity to the nation and to the labor market on the proposed amendments and the process. The process is being done through a consultative process in line with the best international practice. As a state party to the International Labour Organization, Zambia is required under the Convention of 1976, number 144, to promote effective tripartite consultations regarding all labour matters. This convention emphasizes the importance of tripartite consultations, bringing together government, employers, and workers' representatives. This requirement is domesticated in the Industrial and Labour Relations Act through the establishment of the Tripartite Consultative Labour Council. Madam Speaker, the Tripartite Consultative Labour Council, therefore, plays a crucial role in fostering social dialogue and tripartism all the time. Madam Speaker, allow me to now update the August House on the process undertaken thus far towards the amendment of the Employment Code Act. Madam Speaker, before approval in principle to amend, that is Cabinet approval in principle to amend the Employment Code Act, consultations were done with our tripartite partners regarding lacunae in the Employment Code Act. And later, a tripartite consultative Labour Council meeting was held on the 9th of May 2023 to agree on the roadmap for the amendment of the Employment Code Act. In line with the agreed roadmap, therefore, my ministry received proposals from the social partners who included workers, employers, organizations, and other stakeholders. These submissions were consolidated into a zero draft bill which was submitted to stakeholders for initial comments at a consultative meeting held in Siavonga from the 7th to the 10th of May 2024 at the Lake Safari Lodge. The outcome of the meeting was a set of instructions, Madam Speaker, that were formally submitted to the Ministry of Justice for generation of a draft amendment bill 20 May 2024. Madam Speaker, it is important to emphasize that the drafting instructions issued to the Ministry of Justice were intended to include comments and positions of key stakeholders, the positions that included the draft bill in the draft bill are not final. And I repeat, are not final, but shall be subjected to the tripartite partners' discussions, which includes the Zambia National Congress of Trade Unions, for further consultation and approval before the bill is formally submitted to Cabinet. It is important to stress, therefore, that the Siavonga meeting was the beginning of a long consultative process in the spirit of social dialogue for consensus building in good faith. The ministry, in line with the law, shall consult the tripartite partners and endeavor to arrive at consensus on proposals in the bill. Thus, it must be emphasized that the process of reviewing the Employment Code Act is still in its infancy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to allay the concerns, therefore, raised by the Honourable Member of Fumpika constituency that the amendment seeks to remove gratuity and other allowances. To the contrary, the proposed Siavonga amendments are not repealing the entitlement to gratuity, but are seeking to specify the circumstances under which gratuity will be payable and the applicable rates. And this is subject to their own deliberations in the forthcoming consultative fora that are planned. Madam Speaker, I wish to therefore assure the House and the nation at large that my ministry shall continue to engage all stakeholders to ensure that the proposed amendments to the Employment Code Act are a product of meaningful social dialogue, as always, that emphasize consensus building. What transpired is purely due to a misunderstanding, due to misinformation by some stakeholders. Madam Speaker, in summary, the roadmap of the consultative process is as follows from where the bill is seated. 1, receipt of bill from the Ministry of Justice, the draft, the zero draft. Circulation of the draft bill and engagement of the stakeholders for validation of this draft. 3, tripartite consultative Labour Council meeting for resolution. 4, submission of the draft bill to the Ministry of Justice for finalization and submission for protocols leading to Cabinet approval before introduction in Parliament. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before we take questions on points of clarification, there was an indication for a point of order. The Honourable Member for Pambashi, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is 1:39. I'm raising on the Minister of Health with the Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there has been created a very strong public apprehension. I tried to indicate on the matter of public agents, but you moved, and I could not have a chance to ask the Vice President. Madam Speaker, the public, including the Pharmaceutical Association of Zambia, have raised a strong apprehension on the efficacy of the medicine that was marooned in Beira for 3 months and 7 months in Lusaka. Madam Speaker, if you put it together, it is 10 months. If you have not seen, it was on the media yesterday, on TV they complained, today in all the newspapers, that will the Minister of Health proceed to distribute the medicine for consumption to the public without subjecting the medicine to efficacy testing, so that Zambians are assured that the medicine they will be consuming is safe for public consumption. I seek your guidance on this subject, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Pambashi. I think since you've raised that matter, there was some confusion on when we were dealing with matters without agent matters without notice. So what I would advise the Honourable Member for Pambashi to do is to raise a question so that it can be brought to the floor of the House. Because as at now, the Honorable Minister cannot answer. So please come back to the House with a question so that we give an opportunity to the Minister to tackle that matter. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order.
Okay. Before I take the Honorable Member for Mwense, there is an indication for another point of order. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm aware of the rules of this House pertaining to raising points of order when Her Honor the Vice President is on the floor. I could not do it contemporaneously because of the rules. Madam Speaker, the point of order I want to raise is anchored on Standing Order 71. And I'm raising this point of order on the Honorable for Wacha constituency pertaining to the statement and question he made to Her Honor the Vice President. And on that issue, I tag in the walkout and the press statement my colleagues on your left had yesterday pertaining to issues of corruption in the nation, and according to them, in this government. And I'm very happy, Madam Speaker, that they walked out because they don't support corruption. Congratulations. Madam Speaker, the point of order I'm raising on Honorable for Wacha is this. And I would like you, Madam Speaker, to take judicial notice of what I'm going to say. As he raised the point of order and the demonstration which they had yesterday, I want them also to demonstrate. No, Madam Speaker. Wait.
The Honorable Member from Pika, honestly, can you stand to raise a point of order when there is another point of order on the floor?
The point of order.
No, you don't do that. You wait for the person who is on the floor to indicate. And you just indicate. You don't have to shout. You indicate. Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is the Honorable Member of Parliament for Wacha in order to make those allegations and also participate in the walkout yesterday, when in actual fact there is evidence to suggest that those issues he was raising happened under PF? There is an issue of 65 million kwacha. It is not disputed anywhere. Are they going to demonstrate against the blesser who gave that lady the 65 million, who's known to them? He is known to them and they know who the blesser is. Are they going to demonstrate against the $700 US which was given to somebody to keep in a house, because those are corrupt activities? Are they in order, and in particular Honorable Chisanga, not to bring out those very serious corrupt issues that are in public domain and that cannot be disputed? And also, is he in order not to tell Her Honor the Vice President?
Order, honorable members.
Wait.
The honorable member for Mambirima.
Wait.
The Honorable Member for Mambirima, are you pointing at me? Can you please? The Honorable Member for Mambirima, I'm talking to you and you've continued talking there. Order, Honorable Members. I'm talking to the Honorable Member for Mambirima and you are not Honorable Members for Mambirima. He's got the capacity to respond. You don't need to help her. Can that system stop? Because you are not supposed to debate while seated. I was talking to the Honorable Member for Mambirima. The Honorable Member for Mambirima, there is a way that you can bring that matter to my attention rather than shouting. You can stand on a point of order and bring that matter to me. Order, Honorable Members, order. Order, Honorable Members, can you take your seats? The Honorable Member for Chiengi, please take your seat. Said, can you take your seat? The Honorable Member for Chiengi. Honorable Members, can we give ourselves respect? We are all Honorable Members of Parliament in this House. Whether it's a woman, whether it's a man, in whatever state, you are all Honorable Members. Can we please respect ourselves? We need respect here. I'll end at that because we have to make progress. Can we respect the Honorable Member for Mambirima? The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, you may continue. Please wind up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was about to wind up. Madam Speaker, I was raising a point of honor on Honorable Mshanga, whether it's in order not to have raised this particular very important issue pertaining to corruption.
Yeah.
Especially that they are now the champions against corruption. Why is he not raising the issue of the blesser who gave that lady $65 million in Kwacha? Is he in order to remain quiet and not demonstrate against this blesser who's very high ranking in PF? And is he also not is he not in order? Is he in order not to also mention that
the
property?
Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, you can wind up your...
I'm winding up now. Is he also in order not to mention that high property in New Kasama, which the ACC seized, is jointly owned by an individual in this House? Is he in order not to mention those things?
Order. My ruling is that the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs has sufficiently debated the point of order. And also some of the issues that he raised in his point of order, they happened yesterday. So there is in fact a way of bringing such complaint to the House, and that is through a written complaint if a matter happened like yesterday. But as at now, my ruling is that the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs has sufficiently debated his point of order, and therefore it's not admissible. Honorable Members, I'll take one more point of order so that we make progress. We have to make progress. No more points of order. Just one person, and that will be the end.
This is compelling on that.
The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam, thank you. Madam, you may have realized that the Honorable Minister for Home Affairs and Internal Security highlighted that he is aware of the rules of the House. Indeed, points of orders are supposed to be raised contemporaneously. And when Her Honor the Vice President's time was on, that was the appropriate time for me to raise this point of order, but I could not do so for obvious reasons. Madam Speaker, I rise on this very important point of order on the Honorable Member of Parliament for Sinazong. Sinazongwe? Is it? Is it? Madam Speaker, the MP for Sinazongwe asked a question to Our Honor the Vice President, asking the UPND government when they are going to clean off public workers. Because according to him, those public workers are giving information to the opposition. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Health came here to tell us about the 61 containers of medicine. Yeah. Was he referring to her? Madam Speaker, the ACC DG resigned, and the chief communication expert in State House communicated to the entire nation. Was he referring to him? Madam Speaker, the ACC board just yesterday was dissolved on account of these corruption issues. What has that got to do with the innocent public workers? The FIC reports are on the website of the FIC. All of them, the $2.8 billion, the 68 billion kwacha, the 61 billion kwacha, the 13.5 billion kwacha in the UPND government have got nothing to do with public workers. It's got everything to do with systems, because these reports are on the website of, Madam Speaker, Sujlight, which was stolen, and stolen from the police.
Member, do you want to debate your point of order?
No, Madam, just one.
Okay. The Honorable Member for Mongu Central, please take your seat. Order. Order, Honorable Members. Order. The Honorable Member for Lunte. I don't know whether you want to take the way of the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, where you just want to debate your point of order. There will be nothing for me to rule, because you've debated your point of order. Sufficiently debated your point of order, leaving the presiding officer with no room to make a ruling. Do you want to wind up or what? Just to finish, we are going for tea break. Order, honorable members, can you wind up? We are going for tea break.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listed the issues. I did not repeat like the minister did.
Can you wind up on your point of order?
Let me now complete my list. Madam Speaker, gold was stolen. It was at the airport there. Has it got to do with civil servants?
Order, order.
Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable member for Lunte. Order, you may take your seat. I don't know what we are aiming at. When you are given a precious opportunity to raise on a point of order, but you want now to provoke the whole House. As the time is 10:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliamentary Television. Business of the House has been suspended for a 20-minute health break, and so we expect business to resume at 11 hours. And at the time business was being suspended, the Member of Parliament for Lunte had just finished raising a point of order, and so we expect the House, business of the House, to resume at 11 hours.
And we must also mention that before those points of order, the House was considering a ministerial statement that was issued by the Minister of Labour and Social Security on the alleged planned countrywide protest by the Zambia Congress of Trade Unions. So after the break, we expect members of Parliament to ask follow-up questions. Time now to look at business that has been considered since 9 hours. Madam Speaker did make some announcements, Matimba.
In the first announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Mamba Secondary School in Sinazongwe District. Madam First Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
In the other announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker did recognize the presence in the public gallery of young farmers from Wengwa in Monze District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam First Deputy Speaker warmly welcomed the visitors.
In the third announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery visitors of Her Honor the Vice President from the District, Provincial and Youth Wings of the United Party for National Development in Lusaka Province. Madam First Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
Her Honor the Vice President did give a business statement for the period of 23rd July to 2nd August 2024. And we'll be able to fill you in on that at adjournment time. And just to mention that we also had Her Honor the Vice President's question time. Just now we take a break. Stay tuned.
Julian Inyemba, those were my names given by my parents. But I have a very funny name, a nickname, which was given to me by my father, Mfanki. This is the name which I'm known even in the constituency. Even by the little girl, I'm known by this name, the nickname. But it is not on my professional papers, neither on my NRC. Then in the teaching fraternity, because I was a teacher, I'm known as Mrs. Kapia because I was married to Mr. Kapia. So when you go in the teaching fraternity, I'm Mrs. Kapia. When you go to the constituency of Chifunabuli, I am Funky. When you come to Parliament and on a professional level, certificates, it's Julian Inyemba. I'm a widow. My late husband, Mr. Luishazi Constantino Kapia, died in 1991. He was working here at National Assembly. I'm a mother of two, a girl and a boy. A girl aged 32 and a boy aged 30. I went to Mansa Teachers Training College after completing grade 12 or Form 5 at that time from Zambia Secondary School, because first of all I went to Luwe Primary School for the Catholics. Then I qualified. I went to St. Mary's Secondary School in Kawambwa, where I did Form 1 to Form 3. Because of financial challenges, I shifted, I got a transfer. I went to Zambia Secondary School where I did Form 4 and Form 5. From there, I went to Mansa Teachers Training College and pursued a certificate in primary teaching. Then I went to teach at Lukwesa Primary School in Monse District. Then when I got married to my late husband, Mr. Kapia, I shifted to Lusaka in 1987. Then I taught at Justin Kabwe in Mandevu. I taught at Olympia Primary School in Olympia. And then I taught also at Bama Primary School before I went on voluntary separation to go and do my own things, because I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a teacher and an entrepreneur at the same time. So I went on voluntary separation from the government. Chifunabuli constituency is a new created district which was declared by His Excellency Dr. Edgar Chakwarungu in 2018. Chifunabuli has got potential to grow because it has got a lot of water bodies. And Chifunabuli people, as I know, they are hardworking and they would want to do whatever government program is being brought, especially the women folk, because I've gone there as an example to them. I come from a rural area, I was born there and I was brought up there. No wonder I took up this responsibility. Right now, Chifunabuli is on a good road to development, especially if we use the water bodies for agriculture throughout the whole year. And when we can even go for fish farming and then the growing of rice. If we can only have people who can go and invest in Chifunabuli, especially in the growing of rice, cattle rearing, fish farming, and vegetable growing, anything. Chifunabuli has got a fertile land, it has got plenty of water, good rainfall pattern. My developmental agenda for Chifunabuli, looking at Chifunabuli, which was under the missionaries for a long time, the white fathers, they developed Chifunabuli, and Chifunabuli had a lot of people who were educated, but I have observed the literacy levels have gone up. So I'm now advocating for all the parents to be taking their children to school. When you've got an educated society, an informed society, things will be easy for you. And then the development would even come because most of the people would be able to understand the agendas and the programs for the government. The last word to the people of Chifunabuli is that I have stood as an example to them, especially the women folk. They are supposed to look at me as an example. I have gone into the constituency, interacting with them, encouraging them to do small businesses, encouraging them to grow food, to protect their families with food security at a household levels. I'm always there. I'm encouraging them that we work together as a team. At men, I've done it. Chifunabuli women can also do it. So I'm their role model. That's why I always go there to encourage them to do one or two things. We have formed clubs where we are rearing chickens, we are keeping goats, and we are also going into agriculture and into fish farming with the youths and the women in Chifunabuli. I want Chifunabuli to go back to the roots where our parents taught us to work and then to have self-discipline. Tumwebe nangumbo banamayo na batatane misepela chentubombele pamo insala nindi minwa tempulirwa chentubomfya menshile satupele chentubomfya nomushili usmole satupele ku Chifunabuli ifwenga kwali babashuka ifofwebe na Chifunabuli twalikwata mensha yengi twalikwata nomushili usuma wotwingali mamwe filimwa fya kweba tumwaka wonse tuleli okwa buloku bulwa.
Well, Twambo is 38 years old. I'm a married man. I'm the member of parliament for Itestezi. I'm a first timer. By profession, I'm a teacher and a development worker. I've also worked for various international organizations, and I'm a youth and women's rights activist. I was born in Lusaka, but I started my grade 1 in Kalomo at Green Acres Basic School. Then from Kalomo Green Acres Basic School, I moved to Kalomo Secondary School, where I completed my grade 12 and went to Nkrumah University, where I did a course in teaching, that's a diploma in teaching. Then from there I moved to the University of Zambia, where I did a bachelor's degree in adult education. And lastly, I went for my master's degree, that is in development studies at University of Lusaka. I love socializing, and I'm also a sports person. I love playing volleyball, I love watching soccer, and I'm just a social human being who likes interacting with people out there. So during my free time, I'm comfortable meeting with friends, talking to friends, and creating that kind of interaction, because I know networks are created through such kind of interactions. From my childhood, I've been a political human being. When I was at Nkrumah, I was part of unionism. When I was at University of Zambia, I was a campaign manager for one of the union presidents. And throughout my life, I've always believed that I can always serve people And I think in my previous experiences, people were able to identify my potential. But the most important thing, perhaps, that prompted me to go for political office and abandon the NGO work that I was doing. When I left teaching, I joined the NGO world. And the NGO world, I think it taught me how to step out of the classroom and be able to work for the people in a community setup. And I felt that politics was the space where I was going to represent the people in masses, where I was going to speak for the people who are voiceless, where I was going to help to fight inequality, because I'm a strong believer of equality. So I felt that political space was the space where I was going to be, because I know that there are a lot of people out there who can speak for themselves, but they need a voice that is going to do that. And when I looked at the political space, it is the place where I grew up, the place whose geography I understand, whose challenges I understand, whose people I understand. I thought I could have been the right person to represent the people of Itestes. To be honest, in the previous years, the type of leadership that we used to have, I have to be honest, was not satisfying to me. And I thought I was going to be a solution in bringing about quality leadership, a leadership that would be representative in nature, a leadership that will be fearless, and a leadership that understands the challenges of the people. So I thought I was equal to the task. Being a member of parliament, I've got very specific and defined functions. And these are the functions that perhaps the people out there might not be able to understand. That mine is legislative, I'm a lawmaker. And mine is representative. I need to represent the views of the people. Now, having a deep understanding on what the people of Itestes face, what challenges they face, I've got very specific aspirations and dreams that I strongly feel 5 years down the line, God willing, I should be able to actualize these things and the people of Itestes should see that much desired change. I want to mention that I'm a product of women support, and I'm also a product of the support from the youths. So these two groupings, they are very key in terms of ensuring that their aspirations are met. Now, Itestes is a rural district, is a rural constituency, a lot of challenges. First of all, one of the things I want to bring is to increase the participation of civil society organizations, community-based organizations, and also international organizations to come on board and help bridge the gap which government fails to satisfy. That is one of my aspirations, because a lot of social issues that happen there, issues around unwanted pregnancies, issues around unsafe abortion, issues around maternal health, and issues around youth participation, they need other players to come on board. And my role is to lobby. I want to bring this on board so that where government doesn't reach, these other players will come on board. In the social services, the people of Itestes, they do not have a hospital. I was arguing in the House that Itestes has no hospital. The definition of a hospital is not what the population of over 70,000 deserves. I want to see that we've got a first-class hospital that will have all the essentials, the theater, the laboratory, eye clinic, and everything that a rural district deserves. I want to ensure to have a hospital and a lot of other rural health facilities. I'll give you an example of Mbira, Makunku, and Mbira Makunku. These rural health centers, as I speak now, they are cut off from the mainland. These are some of the rural health centers that I want to see that they are upgraded, and also we have a district hospital, because I understand that health is key. Apart from the health sector, I'm also looking at the road sector. We have had a bad share in the national cake, because from the time in Kaunda era, that's the last time that the people of Itestes had a road. We are working around the clock to ensure that I lobby that the people of Itestes have a road which is D769, the one coming from Mumba, coming down to Itestes, because Itestes is a hive of activity. There is tourism there, there is agriculture, there are issues to do with a bit of mining. There is a crop agriculture is very prominent in Itestes. It's a food basket. Now all these people, they are compounded by the challenges of lot. In Itestes we generate power. There is a power generation, ITPC, Itestes Power Corporation. We generate about we generate a reasonable amount of power to the national grid. Now look at the kind of a road that we have in such a place where there's a lot of potential. As I speak, the tourists, they shun Itestes. A lot of investors, they shun it. Even NGOs are now shunning it because of the quality of the road. And a lot of young entrepreneurs who are in transport business, a lot of bus owners, they are not
free to do the business because of the quality of the road. So for me, I feel that the moment we open up this road, D769, it will open up a lot of economic opportunities, a lot of social opportunities, and it will make business easier, and it will also make it more attractive to the people out there. The other area that is very passionate to me is the area of education. I'm a teacher, I'm an educationist. I strongly feel we need to have quality education system in the district. Currently, we only have one boarding school, which was not even complete. Some of the facilities like the water treatment and the other facilities were not complete by the people that were doing the road. It was funded by government. Now, when you look out there, we've got a larger, younger population. The demand for school is very high. And I'm working around the clock to see to it that with our other stakeholders, we also upgrade the other new secondary schools which are in the outskirts, so that those new secondary schools can also be able to provide boarding facilities, and those learners they benefit from CDF. And we also fight some of the vices like teenage pregnancies that as a result of young people coming from their villages, renting in communities, and people they take advantage of some of the challenges they face. The last one amongst the key priorities is issues around the young people and the women. We don't have a youth skills center in HSS, and you know that CDF has come. Young people should participate in the value chain of the CDF. They can only participate if they've got skills. We don't have companies, we don't have industries in HSS apart from the fishing, which is competitive, which is political in nature, with a lot of stringent laws. So what can unlock the potential of HSS is having a youth skills center, human capital. I want the young people of HSS to go for bricklaying, to go for carpentry, and I don't want them to go and do it in Kaoma, in Kab. We don't want to export our money. We need, within the 2 years, within a space of 1 year, build our own youth skills center, be able to put equipment. The young people from within the communities access it, they develop their skills, they own companies, they start to generate their own income. The district also starts money trickling in the district. People from the villages come in town, people build houses, other people rent there. Unfortunately, the current situation, a lot of young people might not access the youth skills center because they will not go to Kaoma. Those between the age of 24 to 35 who are supposed to benefit, they might not manage to leave their wives, they might not manage to leave their husbands. It's a social issue. So our desire is that we build our own youth skills center that is going to unlock the potential of HSS, because the only industry which is there is fishing, and fishing has become competitive. The local people are not accessing the fish. The pricing for fishing is very high. Women are now being taken advantage of in the process of being part of the value chain for fish purchase. The industry is not giving the benefits to the people, so we need to look outside the box and ensure that we now go the youth way by capacity building the youths, capacity building the women, so that they can also participate in the space of the economy of HSS. Maybe the last one I would want to comment, Naza, is the issue around the tourism potential of HSS. The tourism potential of HSS has never been tapped for a long time. All of you know that HSS is a tourist town, but you have very little understanding. I will tell you that we've got the best animals around there. Just a stone throw from the township of HSS, you are in the game park, you see lions, you see impalas. Just a walk to the lake, you see crocodiles. Everything is there. In HSS, there are about 20 lodges along the lake. These lodges, they are very few. People have got very few information about what they can offer. These are beautiful, high-class lodges that can bring a lot of money to contribute to the GDP of this country, that can employ a lot of young people, that can make HSS's economy unlock. But very few is said about them.
You can now advertise. Good morning. In a minute's time, business will resume as the House is considering a ministerial statement that was delivered earlier by the Minister of Labour and Social Security, Ms. Brenda Tambatamba, on the alleged planned countrywide protest. Good morning. Thank you for joining us once again. I was just saying that before the break, the House was just about to ask follow-up questions. The Minister of Labour and Social Security, she did actually deliver a ministerial statement on the alleged planned countrywide protest by the Zambia Congress of Trade Unions. So do we expect members of parliament to ask follow-up questions regarding this ministerial statement?
And still to come on the order paper, we have one question for oral answer under Standing Order 80. And this question is expected to come from Kanchiwia Member of Parliament, Mr. Sunday Chanda. He's directing his question to the Minister of Health. He wants to find out what measures are being taken to reduce the prevalence of non-communicable diseases associated with unhealthy diets countrywide.
And so, as soon as the quorum is constituted, business will resume. 1/3 of members of parliament need to be present in the House in order for business to be transacted. And so, as soon as that is done, business will commence. We also expect Mr. Mwambazi, the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, to move a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Republic for the financial year ended 31st December 2022 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 18th July 2024.
We also expect the House to consider the Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024, which is coming at second reading stage.
And also coming up for consideration. All right, we now cross over for business.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security, and the Honorable Member for Lunte had just finished raising a point of order. My ruling is that the Honorable Member for Lunte debated his point of order sufficiently. We now move to questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security. The Honorable Member for Mwense.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Minister, thank you for the statement that you delivered. And I think in recognizing that particular statement, the Employment Code Act in terms of its architecture should be anchored on protecting the interests of the workers as well as promoting the growth of the businesses in this country. In your statement, Minister, you did recognize that there have been challenges that have been associated with the implementation of the Employment Code Act of 2019. Would you be able to share with this August House during your social dialogue processes what have been these practical challenges in the implementation of the Employment Code Act have been? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honorable Member for Mwense. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the New Dawn administration of the UPND and alliance partners do place a premium on the decent work agenda, which seeks to ensure that workers are protected at the workplace, while at the same time ensuring that the jobs they have become quality jobs through sustainable employment, through productivity. So indeed, that is expressed in the manifesto of this government. The Honourable Member wanted to find out some of the issues that gave impetus to the need to do the amendments to the Employment Code Act. Madam Speaker, there's been protracted debate and conversations amongst the members of the public and also at industry within our own social partners, the employers and the workers. And these are arising from lacunas as well as duplications that are inherent in the Employment Code Act. So the number of issues that have been raised are quite a range. These are all coming through the submissions that came from our social partners themselves, the workers' organizations, and as well the employers' organizations. So these are quite a range of them, and some of them would include leave, maternity and paternity leave that this would need to be looked at as well. So there are quite a range, Madam Speaker, because this is still under the process of consolidation through stakeholders.
Order, Honorable Minister. The consultations are too loud. Kindly minimize. We want to hear the responses from the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, sorry for that, you may continue.
So quite a range of them, and so as expressed in my ministerial statement, these are still under discussion for consolidation by the members through the tripartism fora, and so these will definitely be known as we progress with the reform. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kwacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to ask a follow-up question to our hard-working Minister, Minister of Labour and Social Security. And also let me take the opportunity to thank you for that ministerial statement. Honorable Minister, we a few days ago held a public hearing at Government Complex where I was privileged to chair that particular meeting. And we had the stakeholders that were drawn from various institutions, which included officials from your ministry, Ministry of Labour, as well as the Zambia Federation of Employers, including parliamentarians from this house. And also we had the workers that were drawn across the spectrum, which included the shop workers, as well as domestic workers and general workers. Honorable Minister, it was during this meeting where revelations were made as we reviewed the statutory instrument 48, 49, and 50, where it was indicated by a number of workers that minimum wage is not being adhered to. I would like to find out, Honorable Minister, what is holding your ministry from enforcing this minimum wage to the workers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Kwacha. Indeed, minimum wage is one of those areas of enhancement which this government has attended to in the past 2 years in office, 2 years plus in office. And Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member will recognize that from the time the New Dawn administration took office, one of the things that we have undertaken to do was to sharpen the process of inspections. In the past, Madam Speaker, inspections were undertaken in groupings. The ministry on its own, and indeed the other statutory institutions that are under the ministry undertaking their own as well, NAPSA, Workers' Compensation, and others, including the Occupational Health and Safety team. But you recognize that now we have combined all the teams. We've brought a platform for inspections which brings everybody together to be well harmonized and to be on the spot and to be able to enhance each other's areas of supervision. So through this platform of enhanced inspections which are integrated, and when I say integration, it also includes our social partners. They are also invited to be part of the inspection. So the federations representing the workers are part to the inspections. The federations that represent the employers are also party to the inspections, so that everybody holds each other accountable at what they do on the labor market. So this platform has been focusing quite a bit on ensuring that the minimum wages, the minimum wage statutory instrument, like all other pieces of legislation that supervise the labor market, are adhered to. Anybody, Madam Speaker, any employer that does not adhere to this statutory instrument breaks the law. And when you break the law, Madam Speaker, the law visits you. So we are going to continue on this trajectory, and we are putting together many more, and that's the reason why we have also enhanced communications between the labor market and the ministry through those mechanisms we've put in place, like the toll-free line, Zambia toll-free line 7010, as well as the frequently asked questions booklet that gives information to alert workers on what they should hold their employers accountable through the structures they have at the workplace. And indeed, the call center, which we have activated, where members of the public who may be in places where there's no labor office can also find reach to alert us to any incompliances, including that which has been debated or brought to my attention to your attention, Madam Speaker, by the Honourable Member. So we send this message, my ministry sends this message that everyone and anyone on the employment market or the employers are expected to comply with that statutory instrument that requires that workers who are not unionized, have access and are given granted their minimum wage. And that doesn't mean that employers can only pay minimum wage. Madam Speaker, a good employer is an employer who motivates their worker, because that's a means of improving that business, and there should be a win-win between the employer and the worker if that enterprise is going to succeed and be sustainable. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure for the people of Solwezi East to add a voice. Minister, in your statement, you talked about the retirement benefits and also the labor matters and wider tripartite consultation in order to foster social dialogue. I want to find out from you, there's been in the public domain this kind of circulation talking about the retirement age versus the benefits that you talked about, that those who retired or those who were employed before 2015 and have reached the retirement age of 55 should be getting ready to process their papers. And those who are employed after 2015 should be able to retire at 60. It's not clear as to really what is happening. So I want to find out from you whether these assertions are true and could have been part of the alleged causes for the countrywide demonstration. Just state your position. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Solwezi East. Categorically, no. It is to do with the process of the Employment Code Act. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister did indicate that the consultation to do away with the retirement has been taking place, and the privilege to be in the position she is today. One of the key indicators of the Ministry of Labour, it is the TCLC, the Tripartite Labour Consultative Council, and the workers are part. And the area only you stated misinformation, where these workers in part of the Tripartite Labour Consultative Council, where the decision to review and look at the possibilities and the criteria that one member should qualify for the terminal benefits. Were they part of the TCLC, or they were just informed they did not participate in this process? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Kawambwa, who was also of Pambashe, who was also Minister at the Ministry. Madam Speaker, he has put it very correctly that the TCLC, the Tripartite Consultative Labour Council, is a fundamental to every decision that we make on reform of policy and of law. And this administration places a premium, I will say that again, on consultation, in line with the motto expressed in our Constitution, government of the people, for the people, and with the people. And so for that reason, right from the beginning, the ministry officials, government, Madam Speaker, sorry. Sorry for that. Madam Speaker, the ministry cannot sit alone in a corner and decide now we are going to amend or repeal any law. And therefore, the very debate that led to this decision comes from the workers and the employers, who are our social partners, and with whom we have to be adamant at social dialogue. So before, Madam Speaker, even going to cabinet, this decision to move the amendments was discussed, was tabled at the TCLC, and thereafter, and only thereafter, were we at the ministry able to put together the CAB memo to request cabinet to approve the process. So it starts with a general debate, general dialogue. It goes to the TCLC, Madam Speaker. From the TCLC, when everybody acknowledged the need, then we were able to go to cabinet for approval in principle. And thereafter, that's how now letters were written to our social partners to start making and putting together submissions, recognizing that those in office of those employer and worker organizations do not also decide on their own. They go to their members to have the dialogue and put together the submissions, and those submissions then were submitted to us before we could move to go to the Siavonga meeting. So indeed, I agree that the TCLC is a fundamental, that is a prerequisite to any such process, I submit.
The Honorable Member Fonkana.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Viepi mama wa Brenda, kana mwakosa mama.
Meaning what, Honorable?
How are you, my sister, Honorable Brenda? I hope you are okay. Now, Honorable Minister, you are aware that the hallmark of great leadership is the ability to listen to the people that you lead and be able to act as dictated by the people you lead. We've seen happenings elsewhere, Madam Speaker, because of attempts to amend or to enact particular laws. We saw apprehension in our neighboring or in Kenya, where citizens rose and forced government to retract the intended enactment of a particular law. Today here in Zambia, Madam Speaker, the Zambia Congress of Trade Union, together with its 58 affiliates, have warned of countrywide protest if government proceeds with this intention. And I want to believe, Honorable Speaker, that the reason why ZCTU is apprehensive is because those issues are not sitting well with the workers. And Madam Speaker, the workers for many years have not received sufficient adjustments to their pecs amidst all these challenges of ever-increasing cost of commodities. It is only right that we don't attempt to take away anything that would make their lives better. Honorable Minister, don't you think it would be prudent on your part as a leader to withdraw this intention, owing to the fact that the people you want to enact this law for are against this law, because their intention to protest is a sign that they don't agree with your intention to amend the law. Don't you think it would be prudent for you to withdraw this intention? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member from Nkana. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I'd like to put it through you, Madam Speaker, that I agree that with what the Honourable Member has said, has put to say good leadership listens to the people. And that is the very reason why I explained the process that we have come through to this moment, or to this point. At the same time, through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to caution my honourable colleague, the Honourable Member from Nkana, that responsible leadership, responsible leaders do not alarm the very people that they lead. On issues of dialogue, issues that clearly have been seen and have been validated, that these issues have got platforms where they have been discussed. Without consulting and listening to the people, to our social partners, the workers of Zambia, who are the premium of our productivity, of nation building, that we would not, they would be the last to look away when they are talking. But how can the honourable leader want to promote the language of Kenya and all that when the workers of Zambia are not interested in disturbing the peace that Zambia has enjoyed since independence? Madam Speaker, we are on a process that is still open, and it's up to the workers and the employers, the social partners that kicked off this process, including the leadership of the ZCTU, are the ones, as they go to the next step and the next step and the other, because there are still maybe about 3-4 steps to go, to make the decisions that they find befitting for their children and future generations, because the decisions they make have to consider the born and the unborn. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine is the rider on the question posed by the Honourable MP for Nkana. It's common knowledge, Madam Speaker, that our workers, both in the public sector and the private sector, are stressed due to the fact that whilst their remunerations have remained static, the cost of living has been skyrocketing and making it very difficult for our workers to make ends meet. The question which was raised by the Honourable MP from Pika, which necessitated the Minister to come with that ministerial statement, emanated from a public statement which was made by the Zambia Congress of Trade Unions, who forms part of the tripartite consultative forum. It was a public knowledge, Madam Speaker. And for the trade union as big as the ZCTU to go public like that, it simply meant that there was a dispute being declared. Honourable Minister, would you assure this August House that the issues raised by ZCTU as their concerns have now been addressed? Because if you don't, you can't even accuse the Honourable Member who was bringing this matter to attention of alarming the nation. Because the statement that came from ZCTU is in public domain. Can you assure this August House that you have addressed those matters before we can come and table that bill which is to be presented in this August House? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question from the Honourable Member for Shiwangandu, who says the workers are stressed to make ends meet, and he thinks that there's a dispute. Madam Speaker, the statement that was made by our social partner, our dependable social partner, the Zambia Congress of Trade Union, is part of the democratic process where they are able to raise and flag the processes we are undertaking together, just in case there is a matter that is to be left behind, which they fear will be left behind. The fact that they were able to express themselves, agreeing that the nation is in a situation that we find ourselves in due to nature and also due to maladministration that we have come through over the past 10 years plus. These are issues of national development, but indeed recognizing that situation that we find ourselves in, I was able, during the time I was presenting the ministerial statement, to highlight the progressive steps, Honorable Member, through you, Madam Speaker, the steps we have undertaken, housekeeping in terms of improving our efficiencies at the ministry to serve better the social partners. Restructuring as well the organizational structure to serve better so that we are able to deliver better to them. And indeed the reforms that we are talking about so that we sharpen them for a better tomorrow at industry within the labor market. So, Madam Speaker, we are in constant dialogue with our social partners at every moment. And we wouldn't have been sitting out there without making an effort to try and understand where they are coming from. So to assure the Honourable Member for Shiwangandu, we are in discussion to clarify where the issue of the press statement came from. And I think between the two, we know where it's coming from. It's about the process and the fear to be, or rather concern that the members of the social partners organizations, the workers organizations representatives will be left out. And this we are addressing by clarifying what we have clarified to the nation and this House, Madam Speaker, and we also made clarity about the roadmap that, contrary to what they were hearing, Madam Speaker, to the effect that, I will say this, on the floor of the House, some of the messages that were coming to the Congress was that this bill has escaped them before they finish consultation, before we finish consultation, and to the effect that this bill was on, at second reading at Parliament, which is not the case, that is still way far, because the bill is at justice for the first time for a zero draft. It will go back to the stakeholder consultation review, and then it will go back, it will go to the TCLC, the way we started, and indeed, up to the time we get to that stage of bringing it back to administrative, for administrative processes to take it to cabinet again for it to reach Parliament. So indeed, our social partners understand the process that I have put to the nation through this House. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to appreciate the statement given by our Minister of Labour on the impending, or maybe the statement made by ZCTU. Madam Speaker, coming from the Labour movement, I'm prompted to give my position and a question to the Minister. First, I would like to appreciate, Minister, what you have outlined is clearly the process. I'd like to thank you for that. And the fears that have been out there have been answered by the statement that you are still in consultation and engagement is still ongoing. And the tripartite consultative Labour Council is the main platform that you build consensus represent other social My question, Honorable Minister, have you considered informal engagements with the social partners to allay their fears, other than the formal TCLOC? Did you engage in the informal engagements or discussion so that such statements could not come and so that their hearts are settled instead of the agitation that is happening? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chief.
The Honorable Member from Nkana, I had ruled that there are no more points of order. The Honorable Member for Lunte was the last one. So with that ruling, I think I'm not going to take your point of order or from anybody in the House. The Honorable Minister of Labor and Social Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Chasefu, who indeed is a social partner even up to today, because he takes the consultative and the advice here that the TCLC is the bedrock for building consensus, and that moving with our social partners. Informal engagements, Honourable Member through Madam Speaker, yes indeed, we can never sit back and wait for a quarterly meeting or a meeting to come in a month plus when there are issues of urgent attention that our social partners are calling out for, ZCTU are calling out for. We are indeed, to assure the Honourable Member, undertaking this. Yesterday we had one of these, and we also have other conversations through other platforms. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the question that was asked by the Honorable Member for Shwangandu, he wanted to know if the issues that were raised by the Zambia Congress of Trade Unions were addressed or have been addressed, but your answer was a little bit subjective. Is it possible you can be a bit more categorical in responding to the same question? Because that's the same question that I have as well. Thank you so much, Madam
Thank you. At
Speaker.
5 minutes, the Honorable Minister of Labor and Social Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member for Chinsali. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the first and foremost, information coming to our social partners through our engagements with them were such that we have moved and we have left them behind, and we have passed ABCD of the content. And this content, which came from their submissions, the two social partners bringing their submissions to respond to the call, are quite a wide range. And these are what the stakeholder engagement meeting that will be, that will follow the, will be attending to the draft bill coming from the ministry, which put together those issues, will be attending to. And we think that the Congress will be able to examine the issues that they received to have been passed. And of course, I've assured that nothing has been passed because it's still, the process is in infancy. They are going to look at all those matters, including what they raised, to see whether these have been put in the act, and if they want them there or not, the amendment bill, and if they want them there or not. So they will be at liberty to examine the content which came from they themselves and the employers together through submissions, whether these are still valid and whether they want to proceed with these submissions. They are quite a wide range, Madam Speaker, and I think it will be premature to begin to debate this, because eventually they'll come to this House when they have thrashed them through the different stages that I've outlined, amounting to 4 or so stages remaining. I submit.
The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, Madam Speaker, I have a strong feeling that whenever a bill is going to be discussed or a policy in Siavonga, it always comes back with a huge backlash from the public. I'm referring to Bill 10, and this also, Madam Speaker, it sounds like Bill 10. Madam Speaker, when people say they start giving indications that they don't want this before, it means there's something wrong. Why can't this ministry give a chance to the very stakeholders who are the employees to say what they want? It sounds like something is being imposed on the employees. My question to the minister, Honorable Minister, would it be fair for you to call for public hearing where even the media houses will show that indeed we've engaged the main stakeholders, the employees, not those who represent them who can compromise? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Madam Speaker, may the Honourable Member repeat the question?
The Honorable Member for Chiengi, you can stop the watch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to you, my Honorable Minister, is that why don't you engage the main stakeholders who are the employees and not their representatives in a public meeting where you call even the media? Because in most cases, the representatives do compromise. Because there's been this thing which is itching where the public is already saying, this section of these employees are already indicating that they're not happy. So why don't you call for that public hearing where you just engage the employees themselves, not their representatives? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps you permit me to read something that will answer a question of what was mentioned in the statement as having been removed. And as I answer the Honourable Member for Chiengi. Madam Speaker, during my delivery of the ministerial statement, I did say the following, that I wish to allay the concerns raised by the Honourable Member from Pika constituency that the amendment seeks to, the assertion that the amendment seeks to remove gratuity and other allowances. And I said, to the contrary, the proposed Siavonga amendments are not repealing the entitlement to gratuity, but are specifying the circumstances under which gratuity will be payable and applicable rates as per what the social partners will finalize. So the gratuity has not at all been removed. Madam Speaker, the TCLC, according to law, is the body that decides, including the processes that we must undertake. At this moment, the Siavonga meeting brought together a wide range of stakeholders, and of course the representatives of the workers were at that meeting, and I have a list here of those of the representation that was at the meeting. If at all the members of the TCLC see it fit that we undertake a process where we go to workers. And when we say workers, the labor market is huge. And how we would do that to reach every workplace, I am not sure. And whether there's precedence to undertaking this process in that manner where you go to the workers will be a matter of deliberation and debate and decision in the TCLC, I submit.
Thank you. Maybe the ministry can also consider meeting MPs as part of consultations, maybe through a seminar also. Thank you. You want to?
Madam Speaker, I take that.
Thank you. We make progress. Question for oral answer understanding order number 80. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Question 390, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Mr. Chanda, MP for Kanchibia, is asking the Minister of Health, what measures being taken to reduce the prevalence of non-communicable diseases associated with unhealthy diets countrywide? Our response, Madam Speaker, first of all, I wish to express gratitude to the Honourable Member of Kanchibia for raising this crucial question, which allows us to address non-communicable diseases known as NCDs linked to unhealthy diets. In Zambia, approximately 29% of all deaths are attributed to non-communicable diseases, including conditions such as obesity, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, chronic respiratory diseases, hypertension known as BP, and certain cancers. Madam Speaker, the following are the measures being taken to reduce prevalence of non-communicable diseases associated with unhealthy diets. Strengthening health service delivery. Nutrition services are offered in all health facilities in the country. This includes promoting breastfeeding, addressing malnutrition, and ensuring micronutrient supplementation. Integrated health support systems where nutrition is integrated into maternal and child health programs, school health services, and community-based initiatives. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, on monitoring and evaluation, where we regularly assess nutrition-related indicators to track progress on malnutrition rates, micronutrient deficiencies, and the effectiveness of the nutrition program. Madam Speaker, the government is working in close collaboration with various stakeholders to implement the national dietary guidelines that reflect local food cultures and health priorities. These guidelines help educate the public about healthy diets and appropriate portion sizes, aiming to shift dietary patterns towards healthier and sustainable choices. Government, through the National Food and Nutrition Commission, which falls under the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the University of Zambia, developed a food composition table. This is a tool used in counseling on health eating as it provides nutritive values of various foodstuffs. Working closely with the Zambia Bureau of Standards and the National Fortification Alliance, health inspectors are dotted across the borders where they conduct physical laboratory analysis to ensure that imported food meets the dietary requirements. Recruitment of nutritionists, dietitians, and nutrition technologists who play a crucial role in promoting health. Nutritionists address nutritional needs in people with specific medical issues such as hypertension, obesity, diabetes, and food sensitivities. Nutritionists help clients identify destructive eating habits and implement a healthier dietary plan. Government, through the Ministry of Health, has enhanced public awareness of the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases through community outreach programs, social behavioral change communication, dissemination of information, education, and communication materials using television, radio, print, and social media, among other measures. Madam Speaker, the Eat to Well campaign Zambia was launched by the Vice President. This campaign, championed by the National Food and Nutrition Commission and supported by partners such as the World Food Programme, aims to improve household nutrition by promoting healthy eating habits. Madam Speaker, the campaign encourages people to adopt a diversified diet, emphasizing locally produced foods for a better well-being and a healthier future. This is why Her Honor the Vice President once did advise the public to change from eating white mealie meal to roller meal, sorghum, and others, which are much more nutritious than the breakfast mealie meal. Madam Speaker, this campaign is done through community cooking demonstrations, emphasizing locally grown foods that represent essential food groups. Madam Speaker, government is committed to promoting health lifestyles to ensure that the people of Zambia are healthy. I therefore urge all the members of parliament and the public to take a leading role in promoting health diets and indeed all Zambians to eat health, local food. Eat Zambian food. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Dundumwezi.
Madam Speaker, I'm very, very grateful. Honorable Minister, the country has become what we call vulnerable in that we have seen on the market a number of drugs and so-called food supplements, some of which are not even written in languages that your Zambian people would understand. To what extent is the ministry ensuring that products such as food supplements coming from outside this country, to what extent are you investigating to ensure that all those that are coming are safe for your people? Thank you so very much.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, Madam Speaker, is to say that Zambia does not allow a food product that would come in a language, one language, a foreign language, which is not part of our official language here. For example, a product that is only written in Chinese. That kind of food or indeed products are not supposed to be allowed in the country. Institutions under government buy products that do not have information that is required. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I thank you, Minister, for your response. Madam Speaker, of the risk factors around non-communicable diseases is tobacco usage, harmful use of alcohol, physical activity and unhealthy diet, which the Minister has alluded to. My question would be around tobacco and as a risk factor, and what the Ministry is doing in ensuring that the Tobacco Control Bill, which is supposed to implement the World Health Organization framework on tobacco control, sees the light of day. Madam Speaker, I ask this because this particular draft bill has been on the tables since 2010, and it has probably become part of the table. So when are we likely to see the tobacco control bill? As you know, with your indulgence, Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization does estimate that by the year 2025, which is next year, Zambia will record 300,000 new tobacco users. 300,000, Madam Speaker. So when are we seeing the tobacco control bill gracing the floor of this House? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very important follow-up question. Madam Speaker, it is true that the government of the Republic of Zambia through Cabinet did approve the introduction of a bill that is being talked about. And the processes of that bill has reached advanced stage, and it is the hope of this government that before the end of this year, this bill should be here in Parliament for Parliament to enact. Suffice to say that there is a legislative committee of government that looked at the bill, and in there, out of the so many clauses, we had disagreement on 2 clauses. And this is because there are various ministries that participate in this alcohol bill. That is Minister of Local Government, Minister of Commerce, Finance, Agriculture. And you will take note that the Minister of Finance did bring a bill here which was talking about tobacco, and we passed that. So there was some kind of conflict. That conflict and trying to harmonize it, and it is our hope that the various ministries that are still considering those 2 clauses will finalize this matter as quickly as possible so that this important bill comes into effect, because it is true that tobacco is killing our children.
The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, and let me thank the Honorable Minister for her response. The statement, Madam Speaker, shows us that 29% of deaths in this country are attributed to non-communicable diseases. And clearly one of the major risk factors, as I've alluded to, is tobacco usage. With 300,000 new smokers, Madam Speaker, and targeting the younger generation, there's a question where we have to balance profit on one side and preserving lives. And would government consider to prioritize preserving the lives of our people over what would look like economic growth by the multinational cigarette manufacturers? Madam Speaker, thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it is an issue that is before the Cabinet Committee that has been tasked to look at this issue. Suffice to say, generally the government is in agreement to the effect that tobacco does have some negative impact on the health of not only children but the people. And to that effect, it is the intention of government to ensure that this bill, which basically seeks to limit the use of tobacco and to ensure that those that use it are educated, and also to stop those that sell tobacco not to mislead the public with advertisements which may be misleading. So all these issues that the Honourable Member of Parliament for Kanchibia has raised are correct, and government is alive to that. But like I say, we have to synchronize the various pieces of legislation, and it is our hope and desire of government that this act comes into effect as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Zambia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I am the chairperson for those advocating for the control of use of tobacco, the Parliamentary Caucus on the control of tobacco. And I have a great interest in this matter, especially on the control of tobacco. What I want to find out from the Honourable Minister, because I'm very much keen to see that bill come to the floor of the House as a member of that caucus, would you outline the challenges or the details of these clauses which you mentioned, which could be contentious or conflicting with other laws that exist in the country? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I can try. Firstly, Madam Speaker, the Tobacco Act seeks to put some controls and also to alert the public, to also ensure that the people in the industry, when they are selling those tobacco packets of cigarettes, they should, for example, indicate in bold writings, you know, a warning to the young ones that tobacco is dangerous and young children and that kind of thing. And also, as you know, Madam Speaker, we have in the country now people selling even a ball pen, or like somebody would think it's a ball pen, but it's a cigarette, it's coated maybe with some sweets, and those children now get encouraged to smoke. So there is around those controls. But now, the current act that we have proposed under the Ministry of Health, those in the industry feel that will put them out of business. So it's exactly what the MP for Kachibia talked about, the issue of profit. So there's that one issue. And then there's the issue of business. If you cause those in the tobacco industry to lose business because now you're telling people the truth and people are getting scared to buy tobacco, then you are destroying the industry. That is the argument. But let me just make this comment. This is one of the biggest challenges Zambia will continue to face, that business houses will use their muscles to influence even legislators, to influence other people, because they have the resources to get what they want. I pray for a time when this country, Zambians, can rise together and look at an issue and say, is this good for our children and the country and the next generation? And if we all say no, nobody should twist us or convince us or use sweet language or use resources. That is my prayer, Madam Speaker. I raise my case.
I'll take the last member, the Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the emphasis in this mitigating non-communicable diseases is nutrition. How prepared are you as a ministry in terms of staffing to do with the nutritionists who are able to guide who may be victims to this vice? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your good follow-up question, because the issue of staffing in this subsector called nutrition has been low. You recall that in 2022, Government of the Republic of Zambia, for the first time, were able to recruit a good number of those that fall under this sector and try to place them in all the districts of Zambia. The following year, we did the same. The good news is that this year we shall continue to employ more nutritionists so that they can help us, because this problem is real, Madam Speaker. At the moment, Zambia is among those countries where nutrition is a big problem. And we have a lot of work, one, to teach our people to stick to traditional foods, to be proud of their traditional foods, to get away from these fast foods, to get away from alcohol, to get away from tobacco, and Zambians to join together for once on such non-political issues, but to understand that these issues of business, there are always forces behind them. And, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking like this. This is the same story around drugs. It's forces of business people that will always continue to make this country fail. And Zambians must always rise together as one to get to the real root cause problem and solve that problem, and not to politicize those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. We make progress. Notice of motion, the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Republic for the financial year ended 31st December 2022 laid on the table of the House on the 18th of July 2024.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Nalolo. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Republic for the financial year. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Republic for the financial year ended 31st December 2022 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 18th July 2024. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 203 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders of 2024, the committee considered the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Republic for the financial year ended 31st December 2022, and as a rare honor and privilege to present its findings before the House. Madam Speaker, to acquaint itself with the queries cited in the Auditor General's report, the committee interacted with all controlling officers whose institutions were cited. These controlling officers tendered both written and oral submission before the committee. Madam, I'm aware that members of this august House have already perused through the committee's report. Therefore, I shall endeavor to highlight only a few pertinent issues that emanated from the committee's deliberations. Madam Speaker, one prominent issue in the Auditor General's report is the procurement of fertilizer. Let me state from the onset that the committee is very disappointed, Madam Speaker, with the manner in which procurement and delivery of urea and compound D fertilizer was conducted by the Ministry of Agriculture during the farming season 2022 and 2023. Madam, it is apparent that the procurement failed to follow the bidding and evaluation guidelines, as well as the provisions of the Public Procurement Act number 8 of 2020 and its regulations. Madam Speaker, the committee observes that a company that failed to submit financial statements for the 2 consecutive financial years prior to bidding for the supply of fertilizer was awarded the contract to supply fertilizer. This is contrary to the requirements in the instructions to the bidders. The committee therefore implores that government should ensure that the provisions of the Public Procurement Act and its regulations are followed, as well as other provisions. The instruction to bidders are strictly adhered to if procurement and distribution of fertilizer, Madam Speaker, has to improve in this country. Madam Speaker, another matter of concern to the committee is in most ministries, the misplacement of payroll area is very common. This has led to a number of officers in so many stations drawing salaries from pay points that are different from their physical stations. The practice makes it difficult for most ministries to account for their officers, as it were. For example, a reconciliation of payroll and staff returns under the Ministry of Education revealed that 20,831 officers at 36 stations drew salaries amounting to 1.8 billion kwacha from pay points that were different from their physical stations. In light of this, the committee urges the Secretary to Treasury to ensure that the anomalies of misplacement of payroll area for the officers in various stations under different ministry is urgently resolved, as it were. Madam Speaker, the committee is deeply saddened that an analysis of the Zambia Revenue Authority database revealed that a total of 1,002 motor vehicles whose value and for duty purposes was 464,930 kwacha 734 procured by various ministries using their TPIN during the period under review were not accounted for. The motor vehicles were not recorded in their various ministries, provinces, and agencies, fleet management registers, and could not be traced by the Road Traffic and Safety Agents database. What is more disturbing is that their physical whereabouts are not known as at, were not known as at 31st July 2023. Madam Speaker, during this interaction with the controlling officers, the committee was informed that out of the 1,002 motor vehicles, the registration of 924 vehicles had been traced. With regard to the physical location, the controlling officer submitted that the ministry has so far acknowledged the locations of only 560 vehicles, but were not physically verified in this regard. The committee urges the controlling officer under the Ministry of Transport and Logistics, as a matter of urgency, to ensure that the Office of the Auditor General conducts a verification process in order to ascertain the physical location of the 1,002 motor vehicles bought using the TPINs of various ministries. Madam Speaker, the committee also inspected infrastructure projects on the Copper Belt Central Southern Province to augment the findings in the Auditor General's report for the financial year ended 31st December 2021. The Auditor General's report revealed several irregularities on the construction of office blocks, police posts, police stations, post offices, houses, and associated external works. The committee is deeply saddened that the stalled projects are being vandalized because contractors left sites after the presidential announcement to focus on projects that were 80% and above. While acknowledging the securing of projects under construction is a preserve of the contractor, the committee notes that it has become expensive for the contractors to secure projects they do not know where the funding to complete the projects will resume. The committee therefore urges the controlling officers at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing and Urban Development to give a clear roadmap on how the government intends to complete the outstanding projects to prevent further damage to public resources. Madam Speaker, the committee also bemoans the poor workmanship exhibited by the contractor on some buildings projects toward by the committee. The committee also observes that some of the building projects do not meet the prescribed standards. The witness, this was witnessed at the police station in Chivombo district that they certified a handover of works to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, which had some parts of the ceiling already falling off. The committee is of the view that this purely is a result of lack of supervision and wonders how works are certified with such poor workmanship, quality of works in Chivombo district. In this regard, the committee urges the controlling officers at the Ministry of Infrastructure to ensure that supervision is enhanced. Madam Speaker, while acknowledging that the law provides for punishment for contractors who obligate contractual obligations, the failure to institute stern measures as exhibited, the provision of poor workmanship, and at the most even abandoning the projects whose contractors have breached contractual obligations have not been stopped from participating in government projects. In this regard, the committee urges controlling officers to consider blacklisting contractors who have abrogated contractual obligations as to deter them from committing similar offences. Madam Speaker, the committee is dismayed at the receipt of the report of the outstanding issues for the financial year ended 31st December 2009 to 2019. The failure by the Office of the Secretary to Treasury to submit the report deprived the committee of an opportunity to follow up on outstanding issues and report to the House. The committee therefore urges the Secretary to Treasury to ensure that the report on the outstanding issues is brought before the National Assembly within the stipulated framework going forward. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to you, to the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, for the guidance and support rendered to the committee during its deliberations. The committee is also indebted to all the stakeholders who appeared before it for their cooperation and providing necessary information that formed the committee's report. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nalolo.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank you most sincerely for allowing the Public Accounts Committee to present its report. And I'd like to thank the chairperson, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Bwana Mkubwa, for ably moving this motion. Madam Speaker, as earlier alluded to by the Honourable Chairperson, the Public Accounts Committee, through its mandate, provided for in Article 117, Section 5 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 203, took time to interact with witnesses. Madam Speaker, in addition to most of the glaring disparities in the Auditor General's report, I will take time to just highlight a few pertinent issues, as I am well aware that the honourable members have gone through the report. Madam Speaker, one of the pertinent issues that came up through this report under the Ministry of Water and Sanitation was the questionable award of contracts by the Ministry then of Water, a contract to the tune of over 17 million to DDYP for the sinking of 192 boreholes in Eastern and Copperbelt Province. Madam Speaker, your committee was dismayed that this contract was awarded in a direct bidding system and to a supplier who had earlier on in 2019 had an expired contract and did not deliver on similar terms. The committee urges the Secretary to the Treasury to ensure that controlling officers follow the provisions on direct bidding as provided for in the Public Procurement Act of 2020. Further, Madam Speaker, irregular inclusion of beneficiaries on FISIP, beneficiaries who are on FISIP, and also the same beneficiaries getting food security pack. Madam Speaker, your committee was also dismayed to realize that there is no system that is able to pick whether a FISIP beneficiary is also on food security pack. The committee implored the controlling officer to ensure that the Ministry of Community and Development and the Ministry of Agriculture reconcile the database of the list of beneficiaries. Madam Speaker, almost all the ministries had issues to do with failure to settle outstanding arrears on payroll matters, and the committee implored the controlling officers and the Secretary of the Treasury to ensure that these HR payroll issues are adequately addressed. Madam Speaker, the majority of ministries also had a historic issue of governments not having title deeds, which abrogates Section 41 of the Public Finance Management Act. For example, Madam Speaker, the Skills Training Center in Katete has 16 houses built, illegally built by people because of lack of title deeds. Madam Speaker, in addition to the 1,002 vehicles which could not be accounted for under the Ministry of Transport, also there was an issue of 274 unaccounted for vehicles to the value of 88 million kwacha that were available in the RATSA database but were not available at any ministry anywhere. Madam Speaker, various glaring irregularities have been raised in this Auditor General's report. Madam Speaker, another issue in Chinsali district where 9 teachers were employed without grade 12 certificates and were put in payroll in the teachers' recruitment. Madam Speaker, the controlling officers were urged in this particular instance that the Teacher Service Commission was urged to ensure that this matter is investigated, and the report to this effect was given that the said teachers were removed from payroll and employment terminated. Madam Speaker, in addition, we had issues of underutilized developed services. It was observed, Madam Speaker, that some government entities were not willing to fully utilize mobile enforcement applications such as Government Service Bus, GSB, and Government Payment, GP. This includes RATSA, which has failed, together with the Zambia Police Services, to properly use the RATSA mobile enforcement application and have insisted to remain to use a manual system. Madam Speaker, in addition to this, glaring irregularities in the Ministry of Agriculture, where the ministry, together with ZRA, could not reconcile their imports and exports due to the lack of a proper link between the SCUDA system at ZRA and Zambia electronic single window. This weakness, Madam Speaker, exposed the usage of the same permit more than once, import or export permit more than once, because there was no proper online system to identify whether a permit was used for export or import. Madam Speaker, in addition to these observations, I would like to state here that one of the major issues that came into light, Madam Speaker, was also issues to do with 8 government registered vehicles, 8 government registered vehicles registered into a personal name for a non-person, and this issue was the controlling officer was advised that this issue should be resolved by the law enforcement officers. Madam Speaker, with these remarks, we would like to thank you most sincerely for according us the opportunity to deliberate with various witnesses on the Auditor General's report for the period under review. I thank you most sincerely.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Honorable Mwambazi, MP for Kubwan Chairperson for the Public Accounts Committee, I would like to appreciate you for moving this motion. And the same goes to the Honorable MP for Nalolo, Imanga wa Munyima. Madam Speaker, this report that the Honorable Chairperson is proposing for the Assembly to adopt relates to the period financial year ended 31st December 2022. That means it's from 1st January 2022 to 1st December 2022. Madam Speaker, let me just Madam Speaker, let me read from the cover of the report. Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Republic for the financial year ended at 31st December 2022. Yeah. Thank you, Madam. Madam Speaker, I have very serious problems with the revelations of this report. Madam Speaker, we have been talking about direct bidding as a source of concern. What this report has said today on the floor of the House is that Agrizam and first seed were direct bidded to supply seed to the nation. This report has said these two companies did not even meet criteria which is established for them to have been contracted. But PND government went ahead and contracted.
Honorable member, sorry, the honorable member for Lunte, there are no more points of order. But what I would request from the honorable members, please let us debate within the report. And the honorable ministers are going to respond to the issues that will be brought out. Let's not exaggerate. Let's not bring in things which are not in part of the report. Give examples that are appropriate. That is a guide to all the people that are going to debate. The honorable member for Lunte, you may continue.
Madam, let me just clarify with you before I proceed. I don't want to appear. I'm clarifying. I'm not debating. Madam Speaker, did I appear to debate outside the report?
Honorable member, please don't challenge me. I was guiding the House. I was guiding the House since there are no more points of order. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, the two companies which have been cited in the report of having been contracted to supply seed in the previous farming season did not qualify, according to the very well established criteria. And this information is clear on page 176 of the report. Madam Speaker, fertilizer contracts were cancelled, those which went through the proper process. After cancelling the proper process, the UPND government went and direct bidded companies which again did not qualify. Madam Speaker, other than causing this direct bidding, the fertilizer was even late. It is in your report, Madam Speaker, and I would like to request those who don't read reports to check what is in the report. Madam Speaker, direct bidding did not end with the Minister of Agriculture. When you go, Madam Speaker, to the Ministry of Water, you will find two companies which were direct bidded to sink bores. And these bores, Madam Speaker, the justifications that the UPND government gave to direct bid these two companies to sink bores in Copper Belt, Eastern and Western provinces do not appear in regulations as reasons for direct bidding. What type of government is UPND becoming, Madam Speaker?
Bad government.
Madam Speaker, somebody used to stand there and say, this is bad government, PF. Madam Speaker, now, to be very honest with you, what Odd General has said, which has been picked by the committee report, is disgusting, to say the least. Madam Speaker,
The honorable member, please find another better word.
Thank you, Madam. It's hateful. It's hateful to me. It's hateful to me who represents the people of Lunte. And I think it is hateful for those who represent other people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, look, you here, ministers and my fellow colleagues were saying 30,000 teachers recruited. 30,000 teachers. But how do you go and recruit teachers who don't have grade 12 certificates?
Yeah.
How? How can you say those who didn't have grade 12 certificates, just let them have the grade 12 certificates? How did you even allow for those people to be able to get teaching licenses, Madam Speaker? And up to today, those are teaching. Then you are saying free education. Do you know who is teaching the children in those free education classes? Do you know the quality of teachers who are sitting there, Madam Speaker? Extremely poor quality of teachers because they don't qualify. Secondly, what are the conditions? The other conditions on those in those learning environments. We have a serious problem with this government, the UPND government. It's a serious problem that requires the Zambian people to be able to observe and say, these are not fit to lead the nation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, UPND is destroying the country. You can't have this volume of a report, talking about irregularities in 1 year, 2022. It's impossible. The volume is too big, Madam Speaker. The volume is too big. UPND
The honorable member, just to talk about the content, not the size of the report.
Madam Speaker, motor vehicles. Can you imagine ministries buying motor vehicles and those motor vehicles are registered in individuals' names? Can you imagine the ministries buying vehicles to a tune of 464 million and they are not traced to ministries? What type of country is that, Madam Speaker? Where this country? And then a few people will be arrested. Even a health personnel who has 2 contracts, one contract with government and another contract in a private sector, to try and survive, arrested, beaming, SCC interrogated. Be serious. You are a government of people. You should govern people. Don't govern thieves, Madam Speaker. This is
the honorable member, please just continue speaking to the report, not cancelling people. Just talk, just debate on the report. Don't cancel people.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Honorable Minister can do things I'm bitter. And his pronounced bitterness yatsramu. Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members, order. Let's have order in the House.
Madam Speaker, I am bitter about corruption. I am bitter about maladministration. I am bitter about I've been an MP for 8 years. You have been an MP for. Madam Speaker, look at this dialogue. I need your protection.
Order, honorable member for Lunte. When you are on the floor, you are supposed to address order. You are supposed to debate through me, regardless of other members interjecting. However, all honorable members that are commenting or putting running commentaries, please don't debate while seated. Let's listen to the person, the MP that is debating. We want as many members to debate. He's just the first one. Those are his views, and then we'll come to you. You also give us your views. The honorable member for Lunte, wind up your debate.
Madam Speaker, I am speaking on behalf of the people of Lunte. Those are the ones who elected me. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, as I represent the people of Lunte, I must establish my disappointment with the UPND government. I must establish that I am completely unhappy with the revelations of the Auditor General as reflected in the PAC report. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The honorable member for Luena.
Madam Speaker, the people of Luena are grateful for the opportunity to debate this report.
Order, honorable members. The honorable member from Nkana, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And the ministers maybe just try to avoid communicating, constant communication with the people behind you. Let's not debate while seated. The honorable member from Nkana, I'm guiding you. I don't need your feedback. I'm guiding the House. We may continue. Who was on the floor? The honorable member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The honorable member for Lunte, you've just finished debating and you are going.
Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members, order.
Madam Speaker.
Let's observe our rules. The Honorable Member
Thank you.
Kulunte. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the Honorable Member for Lunte, who is a former Minister of Transport, the vehicles that he's talking about that were not accounted for were bought under the PF regime. And if anyone should have traced those vehicles, Madam Speaker, it is him. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the people of Luena are happy to debate this report. And we just thought we should put that on record for the benefit of the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, this report
the Honorable Member
for the year
Mukushi
up to 31st December 2022.
Sorry, Mukushi North. Just hold on, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South. I think the behavior is not acceptable. We all know the procedure of raising a point of order. Moreover, we even said there are no more points of order. So let's observe the Honorable Member for Mukushi South. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South, please leave the chamber for today. The Honorable Member for Luena, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And because the people of Luena are not in the habit of making statements without evidence, I will quote page 110 of the report. Motor vehicle management. The vehicles were reported in the years 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. And I quote just one statement there. The total number of motor vehicles recorded in the register as of 31st December 2021, Madam Speaker. And the 1,000 missing vehicles were in this 4,121 registered vehicles as at December 2021. And the audit took place in 2022. So the nation should not be misled that what is reported here as findings relate to what happened in 2022. That's when the audit. We are grateful to recognize the background to this report. This is a report, Madam Speaker, that was done for the year that, as the UPND government, we have been in power for exactly 1 year. So what is it that the UPND government was taking over from, Madam Speaker? The government was taking over from the year where just in 2020, the country had defaulted on the first Eurobond. The government, Madam Speaker, the UPND government had taken over from an environment where there was zero international credibility. There was zero in the coffers of the country inherited. Corruption, Madam Speaker, was at Olympic levels. Madam Speaker, there was complete system breakdown in governance in the country. Madam Speaker, there was zero accountability and a huge mountain of debt when this government took over. Madam Speaker, there was also zero budget credibility. And the first full budget to be owned by the UPND government was done in the year 2022. So what happened soon after, Madam Speaker, in that year, and all these things are in this report, Madam Speaker. Inflation was brought under control, Madam Speaker. Budget credibility was restored. International respect and credibility was restored, Madam Speaker. And more importantly, the government embarked on the debt restructuring negotiations, a very difficult process, which was occasioned by the recklessness of the regime that was in charge prior to the UPND government coming into power, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there has been enhanced reinvigorating the governance systems in the country. That, Madam Speaker, having been said, we are mindful that we still have got remnants. We still have got systemic issues as a result of the extent of damage that was occasioned by the previous regime. So this audit report is highlighting some of those challenges that this government has to deal with. You have a number of accounting irregularities being highlighted. You have a number of failure to account for assets, including the 1,000 vehicles that my honorable colleague was talking about, except he erroneously believed they were bought under the UPND government. And I hope he will help as part of the investigations, since he had the privilege to serve in that ministry as a member of the executive. Madam Speaker, we in RENA, as we support this report, we would like to encourage the government to continue on the good path of reorganizing the systems. Because we see that this culture of lack of accountability is something that has become endemic. And obviously it will take time in order to eradicate it, because the systems have been designed for what is being highlighted in this report. There is a litany of unfunded projects that the government was committed to, and therefore exposing the government to financial losses. There is a list of incomplete projects, Madam Speaker, where advance payments would be made and then the contract is cancelled. Why? Because there was violation of the public financial management rules and regulations. And we hope that going forward, the measures that this government has put in place will yield the desired results. In fact, Madam Speaker, the systemic failures that you see in the system indeed provide very fair ground for corruption to thrive. And it's no wonder, even in the FIC report, Madam Speaker, that we've been talking about throughout this week, you will find a 100 million contract being reported this year, which was entered into in the year 2012. You will find $43 million, Madam Speaker, that could not be accounted for a contract entered into in 2017. So let people not go to town claiming that all that is reported in this report is what happened since the government of UPND took power, Madam Speaker. This is a record of what has been happening, and any responsible citizen should understand that we should have concerted effort applied as a nation in order to fight these systemic challenges that we are facing as a country. Making political capital out of a situation that in fact was fertilized by the regime that the UPND took over from is only unfair, Madam Speaker. But it's not only unfair, but it's also irresponsible. Madam Speaker, with these few words, we, the people of Luena, would like to say we support this report, and we thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
And we don't have independents. The Honorable Member for Shuangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, indeed, I want to just also make a few comments on this report, and I want to start by commending the mover of the motion, the Honorable MP Mwambazi, and the second of the motion. Madam Speaker, I think the report must be read holistically, and I'll start from where my colleague has just ended, talking about the motor vehicles. The query there, Madam Speaker, is talking about failure to record motor vehicle details and update fleet management registers. That's a query which was raised by the Auditor General. And these vehicles were registered between the period 2016 to 2021. And as at 2021, Madam Speaker, this is the report I have here on page 110. It says the total number of motor vehicles recorded in the register as of 31st December 2021 was 4,126. So what the auditor was querying in 2022 was what could have happened to this number of motor vehicles in 2022. Madam Speaker, as members, as honorable members, we should acquaint ourselves with this report. And Madam Speaker, in the recommendations and observations of your committee, they are saying the committee urges the controlling officer to expedite the automation of the registration process for motor vehicles without delay. The committee further recommends that the controlling officer should avail supporting documents to the Office of the Auditor General. So, let's be sincere as we make reference to the report.
because that issue my colleague was raising is well articulated here. And so there's no need to try and start, showing that there was any omission from the previous administration. It doesn't say that. Madam Speaker, I'll go quickly to the issues raised by the chairperson of the committee. And in his submission, he talks about the procurement of fertilizer at the Ministry of Agriculture. And he highlights the issues pertaining to the failure to adhere to the Public Procurement Act by responsible officers at the Ministry of Agriculture. We lamented here, Madam Speaker, on the floor, that the failures at the Ministry of Agriculture by the technical staff were pointing to corruption. Because that's the only way you can beat the law. Madam Speaker, we also heard how difficult it was for the Auditor General to access information from the Ministry of Agriculture. It was an issue for the information to be availed by those responsible for procurement of food. Madam Speaker, production of food has been affected. Yesterday, our Honor, the Vice President was receiving maize from a small country which is as big as Muchinga province. Now,
is it in the report?
It's in the report, Madam Speaker.
Yesterday. Please, let's try as much as possible to stick to the report.
Madam Speaker.
You may continue, honorable members, but stick to the report.
I'm talking about the irregularities that went with the procurement of farming inputs. And my colleague was talking about the seeds. Madam Speaker, if you ignore the law,
I think we are tired of that behavior. This is the last time I'm warning you. The honorable member for Shiwangandu, you may continue.
Madam Speaker, this query is very significant because it affects the food security of this nation. We complained here of how our farmers were sharing fertilizer in medals. Why? Because the people who were given the contracts to supply fertilizer were not competent. And they didn't perform the contracts as required by law. What did we end up with? Poor yields for our farmers. And some of the fertilizers which were supplied were of substandard. Why? Because the law was ignored. We have established companies that have been in the supply of these farming inputs who were ignored. And because of corruption, Madam Speaker, companies were picked without due diligence, without making available the financial statement. Areas where we should have gotten food, we got very little food. Today, we should celebrate receiving maize from Rwanda, who we can feed from one province. If the people who are responsible for procurement had done their obligations following the law. My colleague was talking about the imbalance as highlighted in the report and as alluded to by the second of the motion between Farmer Input Support Program and the Food Security Pack. Madam Speaker, because of lack of coordination, what has happened is that most of the farmers who were beneficiaries of Farmer Input Support Program, viable and productive farmers, were denied an opportunity to have inputs. Because other people, because of the change of arrangements, and they thought now it was to just favor those that were in the ruling party, were benefiting twice, both on FISIP and FSP, disadvantaging vulnerable but viable farmers who could have produced food and make Zambia a food secure. Today, the bag of minimum, Madam Speaker, is high. Why? Because we don't have maize. And we should celebrate our honor to receive a few metric tons from Rwanda. A small country we can feed from one province, Muchinga. If farmers are capacitated and given the right inputs.
The honorable member for Shiwangandu, the way we are talking about that donation, how do you feel the people from, or the government from Rwanda is feeling?
Madam, I'm speaking to the
Let us try
truth.
to be very careful with
They are generous to us, but we could have avoided
But
that
even
generosity.
the reason for the donation, honorable member, is not that the people failed to produce because of the misappropriation or whatever happened. It's because of the drought. So let us please be more factual as we are debating.
Madam Speaker.
May continue.
Yes, we acknowledge the drought. But here, Madam Speaker, you remember, where we don't have drought, people didn't have fertilizer. That's a fact. Yes, we appreciate from the bigger country, Rwanda, the donation. We couldn't have needed that donation if our farmers were capacitated to produce. That's a fact. Here, we even told our colleague there who was jumping there that he was not going to stop exporting maize. The little that was produced, he exported. Here, we lamented.
No, Madam Speaker.
A few metric tons which we produced was sold off. And today, you should sit there. So, Madam Speaker, the highlighted queries in this report affect the nation negatively. And now we are grappling with food insecurity. This drought, we could have prepared for it. It's not the first time we are having a drought. Madam Speaker, I want to support the committee, and the committee must be urged to continue holding those controlling officers like those at Ministry of Agriculture accountable for their corruption. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honorable member for Zambezi East.
Madam Speaker, I sincerely thank you for the opportunity to debate the report of your committee on public accounts. Madam Speaker, indeed, I would like to state it from the outset that I support the report of your committee, which was professionally done and well moved by the chairperson, the honorable member for Bonamkubwa, and seconded by the honorable member for Nalolo. Madam Speaker, my debate will take quite a different approach, just to put things into context so that we understand why we debate reports such as this one when we come to the House. Madam Speaker, Article 249 of the Constitution of Zambia, Amendment Act number 2 of 2016, creates the institution of the Auditor General. And Article 250 outlines the powers that have been given to that very important office of our land, including describing the work that they are supposed to do for the Republic, which includes auditing the accounts of public institutions and which are being reported to the Republic through this House. Madam Speaker, indeed, the Auditor General did carry out their work in accordance with that provision of the law. And in carrying out their work, the key statutes that they used were the Public Finance Management Act, number 1 of 2018, the Public Procurement Act, which guide their work so that they can come up with a report, a sound report which we can rely on and take corrective actions. And it's emanating from that and understanding the work of this institution that we would be meaningfully debating. And then we will not have a situation where the opposition are all over saying anything and sundry just to hoodwink people out there to listen to what they are saying. I would like to take this opportunity to put the record straight. By the way, the Office of the Auditor General is mandated to audit institutions on their accounts for periods that have not been audited and report in a particular fiscal year. So the report we are looking at here is for the fiscal year for 2022. However, the period being audited are past periods. Can you take this very, very important submission? The periods that they are looking at are past periods. For example, if you look at page 59 of this report, page 59 up to page 76 contains details of infrastructure that the report is talking to or is speaking to, which were incomplete. Contracts were awarded and people took off with money and the like. And these contracts can give you, there is a column there which shows start date. I can see a date here, 2014. Is 2014 when UPND was in power? The latest I'm seeing here is somewhere around 2020. 2020 was UPND in power. So these are the details contained in this report. So you need to first of all understand the mandate of the Auditor General in terms of audit and how they carry out their work for you to address this report appropriately. So we have all this time, the opposition will have a field day here, even the FIC report. The FIC report, look at the first item in the FIC report, for instance. This is one of the issues that is in the debate. A lot of details here talking about issues to do with a contract of $100 million, which was given in 2012. A contract given in 2012. And if I read correctly here, in 2012, and I quote, Madam Speaker, in 2012, Ministry S signed a contract with the company AD for the design, rehabilitation, and building of government infrastructure units across the country. It was noted that all the time the contracts were awarded to company AD, it had only been in existence for 1 year. This is an example. This was 2012. Who was in charge in 2012? Who was in charge in 2012? So as we debate, can we be putting these things into context? So you see, Madam Speaker, PF have got this audacity of being everywhere, in the media, social media, on the floor of the House here, to speak louder than everyone else.
The honorable
but
member,
just saying something that would
just to concentrate on the report, go on.
Just saying something that would weak people who are not knowledgeable. No. I think we have a duty here to put the record straight. And for us who are well informed, you will not lie to us. And we will inform the people the correct position. So this report is addressing issues that are past. If there is anything of current, please pinpoint it. That's why you can see when they come out strong, they come up with blanket statements. They can't itemize issues the way I'm itemizing them. So this is the difference. For now, Madam Speaker, that's the difference between us and that regime. Because for us, we are emphasizing on budget credibility. Expenditure will not be expended without looking at the budget. We are following these statutes I've referred to in managing public resources. And wait in a few more years when you see the kind of audit reports that will come for the periods that have been managed by the UPND. There will be very good quality reports. So for this, we are still dealing with the mess, Madam Speaker, if that word is allowed. If not, I would replace it with the challenges that these people left. We are still dealing with them. And therefore, you need actually to salute us. For now, you need to salute us going on top of the mountain to say anything that you want to say just in order to be relevant will not help you to salvage some popularity. Madam Speaker, I thought I should make the record straight in their face so that they stop waffling all over just to be relevant in this debate. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
order. As the time is 12:55 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and business stands adjourned. Day for resumption of business.
Tuesday, Madam Speaker.
Next business to resume next Tuesday. The House is now adjourned.
There you have it. Thank you for tuning into Parliament Television. The business has since come to an end today, Friday, 19th July 2024. It will resume next week on Tuesday. And it's that moment where we get to look at what has been transacted on the floor of the House starting at 09 hours. Madam Speaker did make some announcements. In the first one, she did recognize the presence in the public gallery of visitors of Her Honor, the Vice President from the District, Provincial and Youth Wings of the United Party for National Development, Lusaka Province. And so on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, she warmly welcomed the visitors.
In the other announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Mamba Secondary School in Sinazongwe District. Madam First Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors. In the third announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker recognized the presence in public gallery of young farmers from Wengwa in Monze District. Madam First Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.